Hello, welcome to Converging Dialogues. This is Xavier Bonilla. Okay, so this is a special episode. I haven't done one of these in a while, and I wanted to do a long one. So this is what you're all getting. So a few things of why I'm doing this episode. Number one, so I've become, good friends with Angel Eduardo. He was on the podcast very early on. He was episode 10, and that episode is entitled Cold Takes, the Battleground of Ideas and Latino Diversity. And we had a great conversation, and we've kept in touch and talk online. And Angel has written a variety of pieces, places, Center for Inquiry, Newsweek, and many other places. He's been on numerous podcasts at this point, and he's done clubhouse rooms, and he's pretty active online. And so he's just written a bunch, and I wanted to get him on here again anyways. And so he had kind of told me what he was up to, how many pieces were coming out and when. And so we decided somewhere in the early summer would be a good time where most of the stuff he had been working on was going to be out, and we could just talk about all of it. And so that was the first reason I wanted to get him on here again. He's got a sharp mind. I like how he thinks about things, and I wanted to just talk about all of his pieces. And we pretty much categorize that into 3 parts, as you'll see in the episode, which is kind of how the episode works. And so that was the first reason. Second reason was I have been pretty purposeful, I should say, in kind of staying away from the culture war stuff. I think pre-election in November, I was kind of paying attention to it a little bit more. It's all wrapped up in politics. And, after the election, I said, look, regardless of who won, I wanted to just move on, and I wanted to focus on other things. There's so many good people doing so much good work, good research, being very creative. And I just wanted to talk about that. I didn't want to talk about, 2 or 3 topics all the time, every other podcast. And so that's what I've aimed to do. But that doesn't mean that I won't talk about race or some of the culture war stuff. I will from time to time, just very sparingly. And a lot of this stuff, there's not really anything new to really say. Sometimes it's just kind of the same recycled points over and over and over, in my view. And it gets pretty boring after a while. So I hadn't done one for a while. And again, Angel writes about this stuff, not exclusively, but, often enough. And so it made sense. There was a third point of doing the episode this way as well. As I've said on the podcast before, I've wanted to try different things. So, and people have suggested a few things to me. They've said, why don't you do a panel of people, or, something like that. I've had a few people on together, kind of opposing views, and try to see where we can find some common ground. I've had more than one guest on it at the same time. So I've played with different things, and I thought it would be fun to do the, kind of the cultural stuff going on in society right now, to kind of have what you could call cameos, or some guest spots. And so I stay in touch with a lot of the guests that come on here. And so as I was looking through some of Angel's pieces, and then kind of organizing the conversation, it just all started to kind of click for me. And so I wanted to get a few cameos, and people pop in for 30, 45 minutes, join the conversation. And then, they kind of can, exit that part of the conversation and just kind of a rotating cast of sorts. And that's what happened. So big thanks to Angel for spending, literally his whole afternoon. We started late morning and finished, a late afternoon. This episode is 4.5 hours. And I thought about releasing it in 2 parts, but I just decided not to. People listen to it when they do, listen to it in chunks, and that's fine. So the episode breaks up into 3 sections, and you can kind of listen to it that way. There's kind of these natural breaking points. The first hour or so is just Angel and I, and we talk about his big piece. Again, he's been making the rounds on podcasts, talking to people about his Starmanning concept. And that's what we talk about for the first hour or so. He talks about what Starmanning is, his reasoning for writing about this. We define kind of the strawman, steelman, and then Starmanning. We talk about some of the criticisms of Starmanning, and then how using this method, if you will, in applied practice, whether it's online or in person. And so we spend the first hour talking about that big piece, which, as he says in the episode, that's the one that got the most legs, or it has the longest half-life, if you will. So then we switch and we talk for about an hour and a half, I believe, of the conversation. That's about right. About critical race theory. And it's all anyone's talking about now. It's leaked out of the academic world, and it's in mainstream. It's talked about on MSNBC now. It's talked about on Fox News. It's talked about in various newspaper publications. People are talking about it. And I've obviously known about it for quite some time, and other people have, and it kind of is a very online kind of heated debate that people have vehement opposition to each other on. But so I thought it would be interesting to get different types of people to talk about it. I wanted a few other folks. They weren't able to do it, which is okay. There's always time to get them on at some other point. But so I got Chris Ferguson. He was a cameo with us. He was on my podcast earlier on episode 29. That was called Video Games, Madness in Our Society. Chris is a clinical psychologist, and he does research on mass media and violence in mass media and what that does for behavior. He's also written a handful of books. And his most recent book is How Madness Shaped History, an eccentric array of maniacal rulers, raving narcissists, and psychotic visionaries, which we talked about in that episode. And so what we didn't talk about in that episode is kind of, he's also close to this critical race theory dialogue that's going on in society. And he's actually written some pieces on it. And he spends some time looking at this, and he gives a very nuanced, kind of centrist, both siding kind of view. And so I wanted his approach. So he joined us, and there is some overlap, maybe for about 20 or 30 minutes, I think, in the conversation, where Wilfred Reilly joins us in the conversation. So there is at one point for a little bit 4 of us at the same time, which was really cool. That was a lot of fun. Will's a fantastic guy. I love his sense of humor. He's very bright. He's awesome. He's awesome in a lot of ways. I don't agree with him on everything, of course, but he's very reasonable, and he can listen to folks on different sides of the aisle, if you will. And so his his approach was also nice, and it was nice to have a mix with the four of us there. Will was on my podcast earlier. He was on episode 18, and that episode was entitled "The Audacity of Race Data." So you guys can check that out for some of the content there, and also check out episode 29 with Chris that we talked about his research. And then, of course, the earlier episode I mentioned with Angel on episode 10, Cold Takes. And so this section of the conversation was a lot of fun because it was three of us or four of us at a certain point, just talking about well, what is critical race theory? No one knows anymore, right? So we talk about how this is problematic, this miscommunication, what is this, right? And we talk about, is there a moral panic, right? Is this overblown, or is this legitimate and serious, and how serious should we take it? We talk about the different universes in which people seem to live in. Like if you go online, there's just like one version of this. You go out into, kind of the real world, if you will, and there's another version where people don't really know what it is and don't really blink if you say something. So this is just occupies different spaces for people. We talk about maybe the outcomes, where does this end? How does this end up? And connected with that, we talk about some of the more recent bans on teaching critical race theory. And we have a broader conversation about whether it should be taught in education systems, and some of the differences between, teaching a theory and what that looks like in practice. And I think that's one of the biggest elements that people have is what kids, and then as you scale it up to businesses, what they're required to do. It's not just informational. We talk a lot about education in this section, and people do have opinions. They have strong opinions about what kids are taught and how people should have a say in that. And we also talk about some of those pragmatic elements of what critical race theory looks like in schools and in society. I'd say there's, on this section, there are two weaknesses here. The first weakness is that we all kind of both sides it. We're all kind of centrist. No one really totally disagrees with each other. We all kind of have the same pulse on this. And I think ideally it would have been nice to get, there's four people on the conversation. It would have been nice to get someone that was like very adamantly for this. And I've talked to people on here before that are very much for critical race theory. And maybe other people that on the other side that are very against it. And I may do that at some point in the future. I wanted to keep this a cameo and not into a brawl. And that very much could have been the way. The second thing is we don't really define critical race theory. We talk about its origins, where it comes from, but we don't really define it. And I just want to take a moment to kind of give the definition. So this is from Critical Race Theory, the 3rd edition by Delgado, who's the big proponent, which comes out of the legal sphere. But this is straight from the book. So and here's the section on what is critical race theory. The critical race theory movement is a collection of activists and scholars engaged in studying and transforming the relationship among race, racism, and power. The movement considers many of the same issues that conventional civil rights and ethnic study discourses take up, but places them in a broader perspective that includes economics, history, setting, group and self-interest, and emotions in the unconscious. Unlike traditional civil rights discourse, which stresses incrementalism and step-by-step progress, critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and neutral principles of constitutional law. That's an end quote. So, as you can see, I mean, people are taking this and running with it. They're parsing it. They're trying to get all these things, but it's pretty clear from that reading. I mean, I've read some of this as we talk about in the episode. It's pretty dry reading, but it is radical. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word, right? It clearly states we don't want incrementalism. We don't want step by step. And it sees the impact of race in every square inch of society. And, I think that there, as we all talk about in the episode, there are some challenges with that kind of approach. I'm not giving a strong opinion one way or the other, but there are challenges with that, just as there would be challenges with the opposite or opposing view. And so, the United States is built on liberalism in its kind of true historical sense. And so to question the foundations of the liberal order and Enlightenment rationalism and constitutional law, those are some pretty serious statements. And so we have many of the conversation, parts of the conversation talking about like, this is a lot. And, this comes out of academia. And so, you're taking stuff from academia and it's, as I think Angel says in the conversation, folded up into, like a game of telephone. And by the time it gets to around the end of the circle, it's something different and no one knows what it is anymore. And so, it's a problem, and it's something that people are trying their best to figure out the best way to do it. I think all of the guys in that part of the conversation, I mean, we're all for equality. We're all for equal rights. We're all for not discriminating against people based on gender, race, or sexual orientation, or all of that. None of us are for that in theory and in practice. But some of the more radical elements of this have some legitimate concerns. So we talk about this for a good bit, and then we shift gears and we talk about Superman. So it's a kind of a hard shift. So again, you can really listen to the episode in 3 segments, right? The first part with Angel's piece on Starmanning, the second part about talking about some of the issues with critical race theory currently. And then the last part is just over 2 hours. And Angel wrote 2 pieces on Superman. It's his favorite superhero, I believe. And he gets a lot of moral and ethical inspiration from the character since he was, a boy. And, he writes about that in his pieces. And so, one of the pieces is about the news that there's a new film that's going to be made by Ta-Nehisi Coates and I think J.J. Abrams with a black Superman. And Angel writes about that and some of his positions on it. And so that kind of just is the link of sorts from the issue we were talking about with race prior to this part of the conversation. And we talk about that. And then the other piece that Angel wrote was about, how we don't need to make Superman a type of or mold or archetype of the Jesus character. And in some ways, there's some improvements to that. So for this part of the conversation, I could think of nobody better to be a cameo or to join us than Stephen Clouse, who was also on my podcast. He is episode 11, and that episode is entitled Important Enough to Refute. And he is a PhD in political theory and does political philosophy, and he just knows so much about the Greeks, ancient Greeks, Greek philosophers, and specifically on Aristotle. That's kind of his wheelhouse. He knows everything about Aristotle. And in that episode that he was on my podcast, we talked about how he kind of got into studying the Greeks because of his love for, superheroes, and there's such a cool parallel. And, he just went all the way and got a PhD in it. Right. And so he's got the chops for it, and he's brilliant. And so, but a lot of it does come from love of the mythology that superheroes offer. And so one of the things that I really was frustrated by was that we didn't really get to talk about that in the episode. And so I wanted to get him on at some point again and talk about that. And so Angel's 2 pieces on Superman just seemed perfect, and it was awesome. That part of the conversation was really cool. We got, kind of pretty philosophical in some points. We talked about some of the morality at some points, but it was just really cool to talk about superheroes in a cool way, but to also talk about the underlying meaning. And oddly, I don't have those conversations. I mean, so many people watch superhero films, and but we don't go too deep sometimes. And so it was really cool to do it with these guys. And so we first started this part of the conversation by Angel's piece about, does, Superman have to be white, and we talked about some of the challenges of representation with already established stories. We talk about the lessons from Greek philosophy for some of the themes in these superhero films. We all agree, which is interesting. We both have story as central for myths or for novels or superhero films, and other features don't really hold over time. We all agree representation is super important, and we both enjoy that, and it's really awesome to see. I think probably where we all agree is that we don't want that to be the driving force. If it's a good story and the narrative is driving it, we all pretty much agree that should be central, and we talk about that. We have it seems like a kind of a rabbit trail, but it really does connect nicely. So we talk about religion here, kind of like in the philosophy of religion. So we don't get theological, but we kind of talk about the philosophy of religion of sorts. And, we talk about the role of religion in our humanity and how those are important for us, and then how we impose that kind of on our heroes in superhero films. We talk about why specific representation is so important for some people in our fiction. And again, we talk about this kind of quasi-religious element of this is kind of some folks' doctrine or their dogma. And so it is important. And we talk about some of the conceptual pieces of why that may be the case. We have a really nice conversation about, does Superman's ethics and his ethos, if you will, does it fit with Aristotle's conception of the good? And we have a nice extended part of the conversation talking about that. And we got to start mixing our superheroes, and we talk about the Chris Nolan's Batman trilogy, and we talk about morality, and really we just talk about molds and these kind of trends with, all superhero films are kind of the same. They're kind of telling the same stories, and it's just very nuances with them. We talk about The Dark Knight and some of the morality, the themes of morality in that film, and how incredible it is. Steve ends towards the end, talks about how people, his belief is that people want superhero themes to have their particulars to kind of be universal and not the other way around, right? That the story has to look exactly like me and be exactly like me for me to get it, and not a universal fitting for everyone, right? And Angel kind of discusses this as well. He's like, Superman was for everybody, right? It's always has been. And some people kind of have it the other way, and they want the opposite. And then finally, we end the conversation of, can we pull away from religious overtures in our heroes and modern myths, and if you do that, is it really that anymore, right? Can you just take the morality from Christianity or from Judaism or from Islam, and can you just extract that without some of the baggage that each religion has? And we all talk about that. So it was a marathon. It was a very long, but absolutely rewarding and just fun conversation we had one afternoon, Angel and I, and then with 3 other guys on different topics. And all of these guys are great. So I highly encourage everyone to go back and listen to the episodes that I've had with all of them individually. Buy their books, read their articles, and read what they put out. Follow their podcasts. Really support these guys. I think they're all a little different. They all have their kind of niche and what they're doing, but they really care about a lot of these issues. And of course we did, right? It was 4.5 hour conversation, right? And so a big thanks to Angel for his stamina and endurance. He was cool about it from the beginning, and even at the end, it was just like, yeah, we should probably stop now, but we could have probably kept going. So I think it was a good stopping point. We hit all of his pieces he's written in the past 6 months, and got to get people that are also thinking and talking about this and in their own ways to join us, which I'm super grateful for everyone that did. So I hope you enjoy this special episode. Super long, and I'll be curious to hear everyone's feedback when they listen to it. So now I bring you Angel Eduardo plus guests. I am here with Angel Eduardo. Angel, thank you for coming on again, man. You're one of those people, as soon as I talked to you, I was like, when am I going to talk to him again on here? And so obviously, we become buddies and we talk often, offline, but I've been wanting to get you on here properly. So thanks so much for coming on again.
Oh, thanks for the invite, man. It was fun talking to you the first time. It's always fun talking to you. So
yeah, same, man. Yeah. I really love your perspective. I love your writing. And so since, I don't remember when that was. I know you were early on for me. I guess we probably talked in November, something like that.
I think I'm episode 10, but I don't know when.
That's right.
That is.
I think it's definitely in December. I think it's or late November, December, somewhere in there. But yeah, episode 10 is right.
Yeah, a lot has happened.
A lot has happened since then. Yeah. So for listeners, episode 10, I think it's called Cold Takes, which I still love that title.
Yeah.
And we had a great conversation. So I'm sure this one will be just as good, if not better. So in that time, there's been a bunch of stuff that's been happening in the world. And then you've written a bunch of stuff since then, which I want to get into. And so it'll be nice to cover a lot of it. So I think one of the things that I was talking about this with somebody, I don't remember who it was. I've kind of got fatigued with the like culture wars kind of stuff. I don't really tweet about it. I don't really talk about it as much. I still get irritated about it, but I don't devote a lot of my time here or even online too much. And it's not like to be contrarian or anything. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's just another voice in the sea of endless voices talking about the same crap. And I'm just like, I just want to spend my time doing other things. However, I do care about those things, and I do think they're worth talking about periodically. And so when I was thinking about, it's been a while. It's been a long time. I think the last time I talked about this stuff was with Thomas Chatterton Williams when he was on, and that was a couple months ago now. So I mean, I haven't talked about it in a couple months here, and definitely before that, not too much. So when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, who's a good person? I said, you know what? I've been meaning to get Angel on, and you're just so good with this stuff. You're really good at just your approach, and then just tackling all the different types. And it's one of those things where, you know, it can be a kind of popcorn topic of sorts. You just hit this and this and this, and you have a nice way of just getting at these things. So I think it'll be nice.
For sure, man. Yeah.
let's start with the biggest piece. I think this is I don't know. Is this one that gets the most reads? I know you talk. I've seen you do Clubhouse rooms. I've seen you do other podcasts. I know you've talked about this a lot, so I've heard it a bunch of times. But is that the biggest one, or do you have other ones that still get a lot of traction too?
The Starmanning piece. Yeah. I'd say it's the biggest one in terms of interest. Just people wanting to talk to me about it, wanting to get into that and ask questions and poke and prod about it. But I don't know if I think, the Superman piece that I wrote about, does he have to be white, got retweeted by Richard Dawkins. So it just kind of exploded for those 24 or 48 hours. But yeah, the Starmanning thing, I think, has the longest legs.
Yeah, no, I think it does, rightfully so. I think it's a really good piece, obviously well written, but the concept's really cool. So let's dig into that. So tell us what it is. What is Starmanning? And tell us kind of how you came up with the idea. How did that kind of arise? And just kind of tell us the basics of it.
Yeah, well, I'm also irritated by the culture wars, and I think that a lot of my writing, a lot of my work, and a lot of what I try to do just in general is coming from a place of irritation and frustration with the way people are having conversations. And even though there are a lot of different topics under this umbrella, I see the problem being the same, which is that people are either unwilling or incapable of having productive conversations about these difficult things. And my approach is just to try and fix that at the very least for myself. Like, I'm going to try my best to be the best possible interlocutor so that I can get somewhere with people, so that I can come to some resolution or understanding for myself. So that's just the way that I do it. And I see that there are certain pitfalls to the way people engage with each other. Hostility, dishonesty, bad faith, general bad faith, being sneaky, wanting to dunk on people, and snarkiness and all that shit. It annoys me because I don't care about those things. I don't care about, it doesn't make me feel better to make someone else feel bad. It doesn't make me feel better to make someone else look stupid. I'm just as witty as the next guy, right? I can come up with a snarky jab, but what's the point of that, right? It's at the end of the day, I just walk out feeling kind of gross and guilty. I don't want to do that. So it's just my general approach, right? And I care very much about compassion. I care very much about people. I care very much about the well-being of people. And that, that is coming in to that kind of my general outlook, and also my, the way that I choose to approach conversation and interaction with people. So I care very much about making life better, making the world better, making people better, making myself better. And compassion has a lot to do with that. And then, there's the whole free will thing we don't need to get into, but my understanding of the illusoriness of, libertarian free will, this idea that you are the author of your thoughts and actions, that you are the conscious creator at any given moment of yourself, doesn't make any sense. And that we are all just products of a chain of causes that precede us and of which we had no control. So my understanding of that increases my compassion and increases my understanding of why people arrive at conclusions they arrive at, right? If I were them, if I were born to their parents, if I had their friends, if I had their experiences, if I had their education, and their particular temperament and psychology and all those things, right? It's complicated. There's a lot going on. But if I had that specific cocktail of things, I would be them. and I would be thinking what they think, and I would be believing what they believe, and I would be pushing for what they push for. So that compassionate sort of understanding of other people, no matter how different from me they might be in terms of their politics or ethics or whatever, that's how I approach conversation. That's how I approach disagreement. And up until January, I didn't have, I didn't think to even have a name for this, right? It's not anything that I made up, right? There are plenty of people who've been engaging this way forever. But, particularly online, it's a difficult thing to do because there are a lot of incentives against it. And, but I've been trying to do it anyway. And, on New Year's Eve, I was sitting on Twitter scrolling through, and our friend Wilfred Reilly said, he tweeted something saying, never a straw man, always steelman, right? And someone underneath just tweeted the lyrics to the David Bowie song Starman, and something clicked in my head, and I thought, straw man, steel man, Starman. I can just call it that. And maybe if I write about it and use that name for this approach, maybe it'll be easier to talk about, and maybe it'll be easier to get people on board with it. So it's just kind of like, I have this kind of technique, which is not new to me at all, but I found this novel way to talk about it, and it seems to resonate with people. So I'm sure your listeners are familiar with the straw man fallacy, right? It's a caricature of an argument, right? You're not really responding to what the person's saying. You're responding to a weaker version of what they're saying because it's easier to tear it down. And sometimes you're doing that on purpose. Sometimes you don't even realize you're doing it, right? So you have an emotional reaction. You end up arguing with a straw man. And what you should be doing is steelmanning, which is engaging with the strongest version of that person's argument, the strongest interpretation of their argument. And a step above that would be, giving them an even better argument than what they have, right? So it's like, look, I kind of get where you're coming from. This is an even better version of what you're saying, right? And the confirmation is if they say, yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. If you can repeat it back to them in a way that they have that response, you're in good shape, right? You're steelmanning properly. And if they say, that's actually better than what I was saying, now you're really steelmanning, right? So starmanning is kind of a step above that, where you go a little bit further and you acknowledge the person's intentions, the person's ethical goals, the value system that is propelling their point of view, whatever that is, and if possible, how you share those intentions and those goals, right? So it's an explicit acknowledgement of the fact that we're both people and that we both ultimately care about the same things, right? Because we're wired the same, we're people. And it's using that acknowledgement as a way to say, okay, look, no swords, right? No guns. We're just talking here. I get where you're coming from. I don't think you're a monster. I don't think you're evil. I just think you're wrong. But you deserve respect and dignity as a human being, even if I disagree. And now we can kind of both go, okay, cool. Yeah, look, we're not enemies, right? We're just people. And I might be wrong. You might be wrong. We both might be wrong. Let's talk about it and see if we can figure it out. It's just kind of a way of eliminating hostility from the equation by acknowledging, like, hey, you're not some boogeyman. You're not some monster, right? You're not trying to destroy America. You're just a person and you have these values, right? Now, I think you're totally wrong. I think you're completely wrong. But I recognize that the reason you think what you think is because you have these experiences and you have this world view and you have this mindset and you have this temperament and all those things. And it's the same reason I think what I think. So it's just kind of like setting the ground so that it's not a fault line and it's actually common ground in a way.
Yeah, it sounds like in this regard, where you're trying to get at the accuracy or the most authentic way in which someone's having a subjective experience, right? So when I say something or when I do something, there are thoughts, feelings, intuitions, et cetera, going on for me, right? If, you could pick any topic and I feel passionate about it, or I feel adamant, or, what have you. And if the other person is in a totally different place, let's say on the facts of it, the Starmanning idea is to say, look, we can argue or we can dialogue about the content, and we still may not agree with each other. But I want to not only how do I understand your argument in the best way and maybe give the better argument, but also how do I take a peek into your value system and your intentions and I would say the total human experience of what you're having in that moment. Whereas there's this affective experience that people are having, right? People have very strong emotions about certain belief systems, and a lot of times that's charging forward. And so it's also taking that into consideration along with the content of the argument. But do I have that right? That's about
yeah,
that's
yeah,
right.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And so I think most people, when they hear that, they'll say, yeah, that's great, but that's not gonna fucking happen. I mean, that's just people can't people can't do that. They're not gonna, they might do that once in a while, if you get them in a good mood or something, but people just aren't gonna do that. And I guess I would say, I mean, I agree 100% with you, and you and I have I think a very similar pulse on this, right? We have a very similar approach of doing things. I'm very similar. I also, whether it's in person or online, I mean, yeah, I could trash somebody, dunk on them, be super snarky, passive aggressive. And I kind of just look forward like 2-3 steps, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to say a thing, and I'm going to feel like kind of cool in the moment. And then I'm going to feel like shit afterwards. And I'm like,
yeah, it's fast food.
Yeah. It's fast food. And it's just like,
it's fast food.
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't want
it.
And
you want that Big Mac. You want that Big Mac so bad until your stomach hurts later.
No, I want my salad. My salad is going to make me live longer.
And I've used this analogy before, but it's kind of, like fast food. You don't realize it if you eat fast food every day, right? Mm-hmm. It's just how you feel is normal.
Yeah.
And how it makes you feel is normal, and you don't notice it because you can get acclimated to anything.
Mm-hmm.
But once you change your diet, and once you realize, oh wow, I'm not as lethargic as I used to be. Like I kind of have more energy. Like I'm eating these salads now instead of eating these Big Mac and French fries.
Mm-hmm.
I have more energy. I feel better generally. Like this is actually way better because you're giving your body better fuel, right?
Well, so and it's true. It's like it's again, it's authentic. It's real. It's not.
Right.
It's not an illusion that you feel better. It literally is nourishing.
Yeah. And I think psychologically and also just generally for the discourse, it's a similar kind of change. If you are a snarky dunker online and that's all you do, I mean, you don't realize the kind of miasma that you're creating for yourself and that you're just living in and getting used to, right? But once you change, which is what I did, right? Once you change over and just go, you know what? I'm just going to commit myself to being this way no matter what, right? Like, I'm going to use these tools in this way, and I'm going to approach things in this way, and I'm going to treat people this way, no matter what, right? They can do whatever they want to me. I'm going to resist it. I'm going to fight back, right? But I'm never going to reciprocate their behavior. I'm never going to become the thing that I'm opposing. You start feeling amazing because you just don't have all this weight on you, this psychological weight of like being mean and being rude and all this corrosive all these negative kind of corrosive emotions. You just don't have them. And suddenly you realize, wow, this is actually way better. So for me, it's like ever since I just decided, many years ago at this point, I'm just going to stop lying. Basically, I'm just going to stop lying. Like I've literally only lied as like a reflex, like when I wasn't thinking, like, oh, someone gave me a book for Christmas or something. And they're like, oh, do you have that book? And I'm like, no, I don't. And then I realized 2 seconds later, oh, wait, yeah, I do have that book. had just, had just this reflex like, no, it's cool because I appreciate the gift and that's what matters to me. Right. So in the moment, I'm not actually thinking, shit, now I have 2 of these. Right. But literally that's the extent of my dishonesty in the last, decade or so, probably. Right. So ever since I stopped lying, ever since I come to this conclusion about free will and my compassion has just exponentially increased for other people, I have no righteous judgment against people. That feels amazing. Right. Because all that negative shit is just gone.
Yeah, it's almost, I mean, again, and that's, I can hear the counter arguments, right? Well, this is super Pollyannish. This isn't realistic. This is really, maybe some would say delusional, and I would say
naive.
Naive. And I would say that when you're doing it honestly and authentically, it's not that you don't maybe think those things sometimes, or that you have maybe that first initial impulse or something, but there is there's a tremendous amount of self-control, but it's also, I mean, it is, it's kind of this, future planning of sorts. It's like, again, how do I see ahead of time? It almost feels in a sense like a type of armor. It's just like, I'm not going to allow all of this garbage to keep hitting me. Like I have some things to you know what, this is frustrating. Or even if someone says some really negative things about me, that it can be hurtful and it can really, be sometimes offensive for people, but it's okay. But like you were saying, what am I going to do? I know what they're doing to me, and I can acknowledge the feelings and I can acknowledge the difficulty, but there is obviously a fundamental difference between feeling something and doing something. And
exactly.
I think a lot of what you're doing is not saying, I think, is not that you never had those feelings, or not that, that's never going to happen or shouldn't happen, but that it's more on the action steps afterwards of okay, so this person, called me a piece of shit, and so I'm going to call them, the next worst thing. It's like that can still hurt when someone says that, and it can be difficult, but it's like, okay, well, what am I going to do? And it doesn't necessarily mean that, the other criticism might be just uber positive all the time. I mean, I kind of find that stuff obnoxious. I think it's more of, there's a certain realism that your Starmanning concept is anchored to. It's not this, again, head in the clouds, everything's rainbows and sunshine. There's a realistic element to it.
That's the biggest misunderstanding, I think, so far of Starmanning, is just that people think that it means, you're just going to roll over and you're just going to take it from people, or you are going to just allow bullshit because you're trying to be nice. And Starmanning is not about being nice. It's not about being, agreeable, right? You can disagree really hard. And I do. I disagree with people a lot. And I criticize things very, very viciously sometimes, right? But I make the distinction between the person and the idea that they hold, right? And there's no vicious criticism of someone's ideas or belief systems that then translates for me into a vicious criticism of them as a human being, where they are now this terrible thing, this monster. It just doesn't happen. I just think, listen, I've been wrong so often in my life.
Yeah.
And I had no idea that I was wrong until I did. Right. And that's how everyone is, and I know that when I was corrected with compassion instead of hostility, I responded better. I felt better. Yeah. The effects were better. So it's just about that. But yeah, it's not at all about just letting people spew nonsense. It's not at all about saying, oh, hey, man, we're all cool and it's okay that you don't like black people, right? No, it's not okay. Right. That's not okay at all. Right. And you can say that, but you can still acknowledge this person is still the product of, genes and environment in a huge chain, and a very complicated chain. And just go, this person's wrong. They're delusional, right? These ideas are harmful. These ideas are terrible. We need to attack them. And I need to do whatever I can to make you understand that these ideas are terrible, right? And it's not this pie in the sky. Everybody's nice. Can't we all just get along? No. Right. It's no. It's actually the inverse of that. It's actually, no, we can't get along. we need to disagree. We need to disagree vehemently because these things matter. The stakes are extremely high. And so it makes sense to want to do it in the most effective way. And this is a definitely more effective way to do these things.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that when you're talking about the times where people have kind of corrected you or approached you out of compassion, right? But to still be confrontational.
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of one experience from myself when I was younger. I mean, I won't tell the whole story, but when I was younger, if you can believe this, I was a little hot-headed and very passionate. I know that's hard to believe. But
yeah, sounds familiar to me too.
Right. I remember I had, I was very, adamant about something at my job, right? Obviously I work in mental health, and I was, I think I had my first master's or just my bachelor's. It was like one of my early jobs out of kind of college, or it was in one of my graduate programs. So I was still young, I was still fresh, I was still learning. And, when you're learning all this stuff, you think you know everything. It's like, well, I just learned it in class last night. What do you know? You haven't been in class in 20 years. And I remember I had this coworker, and we had some, like, I think personality just differences. And, I was super confident, I guess you could say. It's one nice way of putting it. And I remember we got into an exchange, and it was just like in other things, I guess, like around like the office or when we would do stuff. And I didn't even recognize it. I didn't even notice it. Right. I was just in my world doing my thing. And I liked my coworker. I mean, we weren't like buddies, and, but we were nice and we'd work together. And I remember one time he very kindly, he was older than me. He came up to me and he said, hey, he's like, you got like 15, 20 minutes? I was like, yeah, sure. What's up? He's like, let's go into the other room. And I was like, oh God, what's going on? Oh God. And he he wasn't stern, but it was definitely direct, but very compassionate.
Yeah.
Like he said, look, personally for me, sometimes when you're this way or this way, it's really hard for me, or I disagree with you, or, and this makes it somewhat difficult. And I'm just telling you how I feel about it. I'm telling you where I'm coming from. It would really mean a lot if you could recognize that, at least,
right.
He's like, I'm not asking you to change who you are. I'm not asking you that, but, all of these different things. He's like, and he's like, that would be important for me. That would really mean a lot. He's like, I'm not going to speak for other people, but he's like, we're not talking about you behind your back or anything. He's like, but, I've heard other people say stuff. And I remember in the moment, I was like half embarrassed, but half like impressed. I was like, this guy didn't come and like tell me off and curse at me and being like, you're being an asshole. You're super difficult sometimes.
Yeah.
And he was like, kind of like not calling me out, but he was like being just honest and direct, but he was being compassionate about it and very nice. Yeah. And
well, it's
it was so hard to hear, but it was so important. I can still 15 years later remember that example. And I remember it was a big deal for me. I was like, whoa. And I really worked harder and I tried, I think I became better for it. And, like that's one big moment. And so like, but that's one moment for me. Like I would have to like search in the Rolodex to try and find other experiences in my life where someone has said something to me compassionately, tried to be very kind, but still very firm and direct. I don't have many of those, historically or whatever. And that's, I think in a way, it's just kind of an example of kind of a little bit of what you're saying. It's not to beat around the bush or to be like super positive, everything's happy and good. But it is like this, how can you disagree, but how do you try to see the humanity in the other person, try to know their value system, and just see where they're at with their constellation of issues.
Right. Yeah. It's I mean, it's about what's effective and what's useful. Like, what is the point, right? Is the point to just shit on this person and make yourself feel better than them or superior to them? All right. but that doesn't do anything for me. I don't care about that, right? I'm going to feel the way I feel about myself, no matter what happens with this person.
Yeah.
It's not going to make me feel better to make someone else not feel good.
Mm-hmm.
That just doesn't work, right? And it's also like, well, do you care about these ideas? Do you care about the truth? Do you care about, forwarding the things that you think are true and right and good and just? Well, wouldn't you want to then be more effective when you communicate? Wouldn't you want to be more persuasive? And I don't think anybody can make the argument that obliterating someone and shaming them in public in front of people, calling them despicable names, is more effective than, having a human conversation and saying, listen, I get you. I'm not here to attack you. You're not a dragon that I'm trying to slay, right? But this idea is really bad, and I care about this idea.
Mm-hmm.
I care about refuting this idea. So let's get into it. Let me try to figure this out with you, right? And you don't have to do that if you don't want to, right? There's no obligation here, but that is definitely,
you don't have to end up agreeing with the person. I mean,
that's another thing. Yeah. The other thing is just this notion that like, I'm going to starman. And then at the end of that first starmanning conversation, I'm going to convert this white supremacist into, a Black Lives Matter advocate. Like, no, so when was the last time you were convinced in a single conversation where you even if it happened, where you admitted that it happened? Right? Because it's possible that someone could change your mind about a small thing, maybe in one conversation, in one argument. But what are the chances that in that same conversation, at the end of that argument, you go, wow, you know what? You really changed my mind about that. No, people go home, they think about it, they internalize it, and then suddenly it was their idea. Right? That's usually what happens without even realizing it. Right? So it's just about what's effective and what's useful. Like, what's the point? What are you doing? And for me, the point is, I care about discourse. I care about communication. I care about these ideas. I care about getting rid of bad ideas. And I know that the best way to do that, because people are emotional creatures, people are not rational all the time, is you have to connect with people and understand where they're coming from, or else you don't understand their argument, right? Because, the John Stuart Mill thing of, if you don't understand the other person's argument, then you don't understand yours.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't understand the other person, then you don't understand yourself.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
And you don't understand their argument, right? You can't understand somebody's argument if you don't understand why they have that argument to begin with. That's a huge chunk of it that I only recently came to this realization about, right? Before it used to be, no, fuck your emotions. Your emotions are not an argument, right? And they're not, right? Just because you feel something doesn't mean it's right or true, but you can't separate emotions from an argument. You can't separate emotions from a person.
No, yeah.
And emotions fuel people's arguments. They motivate them. They inform them, right? And you need to understand that, because those things are at play. So if you pretend they're not there, you're not having the full discussion. You're not having a full understanding of who they are, where they're coming from, what they're actually arguing, and why. Really quickly, though, I forgot to mention about the previous thing that we were just talking about. I get angry all the time, so I don't want to give off this idea that, like, I'm some levitating Buddha, right? Not at all. I get extremely angry all the time.
Yeah.
It bothers me when people call me names. I don't like it, right? I've been called pretty terrible things by people. I've been, and runs the gamut. Right. So I'm a beta, and I'm a cuck, and I'm a shill for the system or whatever. And I'm also a white supremacist. I'm also a Nazi. I'm also, it's crazy. Everyone's going to throw those names at you. Right.
Yeah.
And I've been called racist constantly. I've been called a shill for racists. Right. And that's unpleasant. I don't like that. Those are despicable smears of my character, right? And they annoy me, and dishonesty annoys me. When people are being dishonest, when people are being willfully obtuse, it pisses me off. I get extremely angry, right? So those emotions are happening, right? But it's as you mentioned, it's about what you do with that. What happens next, right? So we've all been in arguments with our significant others.
Yeah.
And then we're pissed off, and then we say something we don't mean, or we say something. Let's say imprecise.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say in poor judgment, right?
Right.
So like maybe it's something you actually think, but you decided to frame it in a certain way because anger is fueling it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to regret that,
mm-hmm.
right? And it's definitely not going to be productive. It's not going to get you anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing, right? Yeah. So I can be pissed off because someone just called me a racist, right? Someone just completely misrepresented me and my intentions and who I am, right? Mm-hmm. And they're smearing me with this despicable label that represents ideas that I think are abhorrent, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What am I going to do with that? I've done a ton of drafting and deleting on Twitter, right? I've done a lot of like, I type it out, fuck you, you're an asshole, like you piece of shit, like what about this? Or, you know, whatever. And I don't send. I get to the end of it and I look at it for a second and I go, nah, and I delete. Mm-hmm. Because the thing that I always say is resist, refute, repudiate, reject, bad faith, hostility, dishonesty, all the time, but never reciprocate it. Because they can smear you, they can defame you, they can attack you, they can vilify you, they can do all of those things, but they can't corrupt you unless you let them. Don't let them. Never forsake your principles and the way that you believe is right for their sake, because the minute you do that, they've beaten you already. No matter what argument you have, no matter what you say, how right you actually are, they've already won. They've already defeated you because they've made you succumb. They got the
response. Yeah, they got the response they want. Yeah.
They've made you succumb to that, and all you've done is put more bad faith and more anger and more hostility and more venom into the world, and we need less of it.
Yeah.
So don't contribute to it. The best thing you can do is walk away. Mm-hmm. Right? If you can't have a productive disagreement, don't have a disagreement at all. Just walk away. Just leave it to somebody else, right? It's way better to say nothing. It's way better for the conversation not to happen than for it to go into another train wreck where people are, you know, attacking each other, calling each other these horrible names, you know, piling on and all that stuff. It's not worth it. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if Starmanning is not for you, fine. Don't do it. But don't do the other thing.
Right. I reminded of our mutual friend Monica Guzman, who
she's the best.
Yeah, she's great. She, you know, I totally agree with her on this. You know, we just have to have a spirit of curiosity for other people. You know, for who they are as individuals. What are their thoughts? What are their feelings? You know, how all of that can maybe make us see something a different way that we never did before. I think there's a lot of those things. And I don't know. I think you responded to it. Maybe you didn't. I made a poll. I guess this was weeks ago, months ago. I don't remember when it was.
Yeah.
I had said something about, you know, is content important or is the presentation or delivery of things more important? You know, mm-hmm. It's not meant to be a false dichotomy, of course, but, you know, I'm curious about, because what you're saying is sort of that is like, look, you could have all the right arguments. You could have all the right things. No one's gonna listen if you're just an asshole in how you say it, or how you're coming out, or how you're approaching it. I will say this is one of the things that, you know, my wife is much smarter than me and much wiser than me and always has been.
It's a married man right there.
So since we've been together forever, and you know, when we first started, you know, going out and stuff, you know, 35,000 years ago, she would always say, "Yeah, you're right, but I can't get to that because of all of the noise that you have in front of it." Mm-hmm. He's like, no one's going to listen to how right you are, or the, you know, very good arguments, or the accuracy of your statements, or the content of what you're trying to say, which is important. It's terribly important, if it's not presented in a way that is approachable and somewhat agreeable and conciliatory and etc. Mm-hmm. And that just took me a very long time, and I'm still trying to get better and better at that. But I as I am older, I really see the importance and the value of that all the time. I mean, every single issue that people talk about, I'm like, you know, I can, for me, I can just like, maybe it's because of what I do or who I am or whatever, but you know, when someone is saying something and I see everyone just like piling on and they're just dunking them and trashing them, like, you're race, you're this, you know, all the names, I can just like kind of like pierce right through all that. And I'm like, no, I know, I hear what he's saying, or I see what this person's saying. I get it. I definitely get the response that people are having about it. Right.
Yeah,
but it's like, you know, and then I question, like, well, why can I do that? Or you can do that, or other people can do that. We can just like pierce right through the center of it and get right to the meat of it. But other people just get like, you know, obfuscated by all of the like window dressing of like how they said it or how they came out. And like, I get it. Like, we have to have as individuals, you know, do a good job of being responsible for that. But like, you know, sometimes it's like, things are clunky. People misinterpret things. Like, you can't be that for everybody. And I don't know, how do you kind of see in terms of the presentation versus the content?
Well, I mean, obviously you need both, right?
Yeah.
Because you know what, it's kind of, it's reminding me of this analogy of like, all right, do you need talent or do you need tenacity? Right? And obviously you need both, right? So thinking about it in terms of music, right? I know so many musicians, so many artists who are incredibly talented. They have all this amazing talent and they're incredible, right? They are just the best. They are the best at what they do. You know, they would be as big as Jimi Hendrix in, you know, like, but they don't have that other thing that pushes them to get themselves in front of the right people, to, you know, produce content, to do it this and all these, you know, all the things that are like the savvy person who maybe has less talent ends up getting further because that tenacity and that kind of mindset produces results, right? No matter how good you are, you can be the best drummer in the universe, but the best drummer in the universe sitting in their basement is not going to be heard by anyone. Right. So it kind of, to me, that analogizes to the thing of like being right and being effective. Right. And the thing is, of course, the problem is there are people who are wrong, but very effective. And that causes a bunch of problems. Right. And then there are people who are very, very right, but they're very ineffective in the way that they present their arguments and the way that they go about it. And you need to be right and effective, or else we're fucked. Right. So people are at varying levels on that kind of continuum, and we need to do better with we need to do better with both of them, really, because there are people who are extremely effective and then there are people who are extremely right, but they are often not the same person. And I was very much like you, like kind of like what I mentioned, you know, like I used to be the thing of, you know, all right, we're going to have this argument now. My emotions out the window. I'm going to look at this like Spock. I'm going to be as objective and robotic as possible because all I care about is what's true. And that's what I'm going to do. So fuck your feelings. I don't care. And fuck my feelings. I care about whether this is right. Right. And that's a good general kind of motivation to have, but it's not the whole thing. And it's like what I just mentioned about if you don't, like, you know, you were talking to your wife, right? She's like, you're right, but I can't get past you being an asshole about it. Right. Same thing with me. I'm right, but people think I'm an asshole because I'm completely disregarding the emotional content, the emotional connection, the emotional valence to the things that we're talking about, right? They can't separate it. Maybe I'm better at separating it for myself because I'm practiced in it or whatever, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, if that can't escape me and also be in other people, it doesn't matter how right I am. So I have to get better at this presentation thing, right? I have to get better at putting things through a compassionate lens and then giving it to them in that way, right? So that's the thing is you need presentation because people are emotional beings, right? We're not rational most of the time, right? Rationality is a new update to our OS. and we're still not the best at it, right?
Yeah, new in terms of our evolutionary tree. Yeah.
Evolutionarily,
sure.
yeah. But that other stuff, man, that's there from the beginning, and it's rough. It's rough getting over it, right?
Yeah.
So we can do it, but it's difficult. And I think that the sweet spot is acknowledging the emotional content to people's values and the arguments that come from those values in order to kind of disarm that. The security system goes down now, and we go, look, I get it. And that's what Starmanning is. It's just, all right, everybody, weapons down.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to talk, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone's hands are up. We're just going to talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I get you. I feel what you feel, because I'm a person as well. We're both humans, and we have these things, and they come from this place. And I recognize that. That makes you more effective. That makes you more persuasive. And it makes you more sincere, because you're connecting with a human being, right? Arguments are not detached from people.
Mm-hmm.
People have arguments,
mm-hmm.
right? And they can change.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that their argument is right.
Mm-hmm.
But if you pretend the person isn't there, and all you're looking at is an argument, you'll refute.
You're missing the person.
You'll refute the argument. But then you still have all the work to do you still have all the work to do of taking the refuted argument and presenting it to somebody. You still have to do all that work. So you have to be a businessman and a showman.
Yeah, that's a great way to say it. Yeah. Well, I'll say this. I love the concept. I know you've been talking about it a lot with other people, and everybody likes it, and rightfully so. And I definitely like some of the ways in which you've answered some of the, I guess you could say, critiques of it. So having talked about all of that, we'll keep referencing it and stuff throughout the conversation, but let's switch gears here, and I'm sure we'll get to use this and apply this. What's going on, Angel, with our society, with our culture? Culture wars are at an 11 right now. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of talking about it. I don't want to talk about it, but I feel frustrated. And I don't know. I mean, there's so many things to do to start with this, but it's just, one of the things that I feel is like, some of this stuff is super important, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to minimize this, any of the stuff that's going on in the culture wars stuff, but I just feel like there's so many other things going on in the world. There's so many other things we have to be interested in. There's so many ways we can create. And, when I, if I open up, the Twitter app, and I just see the same people posting the same things. It's like, I just read 80 tweets from yesterday about posting about this. Like, I get if you want to chime in here and there, but they get up and it's just every day about the same two topics. And it's just like, is there anything else in your brain? Like, is there, I mean, I know there is, of course there is. You're a human being, you're a complex individual. And the biggest thing that we got right now is critical race theory, right? Which is, I mean, it's become this, like, I don't know how to, it's like something, this is a very bad analogy, all things considered, but it's like, one of the animals got out of the lab and it's now just spawned into like this other thing now. And I'm like,
CRT is a lab leak.
What is going on? Like, I don't know. What's your pulse on this at the moment, or where have we kind of come from with this, and like, where are we at now? Because now people are saying like, well, that's not real critical race theory. That's not real critical race theory. Well, that person doesn't really believe that. They're just believing something else. Or, intersectionality isn't part of that. It's, it's this other thing, and you don't really know what this is. And then the other side is like, you're an idiot. You don't even know your own theory, because of course it is. And it's like, it's just, we're at that kind of like phase, in this kind of, it's not discourse, arguments about this. And like, I don't know, where do you feel like? Because I'm sort of muddied and confused now about the whole thing.
Oh man.
Okay, so what are, so we have all this culture wars shit and critical race theory. No one knows what it is, and even the people that believe it, they don't know what it is. And we got Chris Ferguson here. He's entered the chat. Chris.
Hey,
what's going on?
Things are good. How are you doing?
It's good. It's good to see you, man. Please, for listeners, Chris was on the podcast earlier. I'm forgetting which episode, and we talked about some of his books that he's written and his research with mass media. And one of the things I don't think we really got into, so it'd be nice to hear your thoughts here, is some of your opinions about some of the stuff that's going on. I think you've written about this and you've done some work on this. So Angel, Chris, please, guys, help me out. Help me figure out what are we doing with this culture war stuff.
As usual, I think the biggest part of the problem is that people don't know what the problem is, right? So critical race theory is a thing. It exists, right? It originates in, academia. It's a legal scholarship and some other stuff, right? It then has, intellectual tributaries that kind of go in different directions, right? But it's in academia, right? And then some of those ideas filter through into the zeitgeist and they get picked up by not theorists, but public figures, other professionals, other content creator type people, right? The ideas get kind of, telephoned through, and then those people, based on their interests and their particular perspectives, they emphasize or de-emphasize certain parts of it, right? And then they disseminate that to their audiences, who then interpret. And again, the game of telephone happens, and then, they go out and they do their thing based on their perspectives and their values and their understanding of whatever they just heard, which is already 3 steps removed and has evolved because ideas do, right? So it's kind of, you mentioned like the lab leak thing. It's like CRT has leaked from academia and it is now this variant, right? It is this variant. And then now, just like China, everyone, the people are like, oh, that wasn't me. It wasn't my lab. That's kind of what's going on. Right. And some people are saying, no, it is your lab. Right. And it's your strain. And they're like, no, that's not my strain. My strain looked like this when I had it. Right. And it's just a disaster. Right. So, what's going on in our institutions, what's going on in schools, and what's going on with people, this boneheaded attempt at trying to legislate against this stuff, is nobody knows what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And we're taking this label. Some people are cynically taking this label and applying it to any behavior that is even remotely race related. That is insane. Right. So like insane behavior, like telling 5-year-olds who have low melanin that they are oppressors, right? Which is happening. Like some people are doing that, right? Separating kids by racial groupings or affinity groups or whatever you want to call it, right? Like there are people doing seminars where they literally say that white people are not just racist, they're subhuman. Like it's like, literally like white supremacist shit just filtered and flipped around, right? There's crazy shit like that. And then there's people on the other end saying like, this is the fall of, Western civilization. This is a good reason to vote for Donald Trump. Yeah. This is, it's crazy, right? So what's going on here? And then both sides are saying, no, you're lying. No, you're lying. Well, maybe both of them are lying or both of them are wrong, right? So some of the stuff can be traced back to the original critical scholarship, the Crenshaw, Delgado stuff, which I've read into it a little bit. And to be honest with you, it made me almost comatose, right? Like I don't care. This is so dry, and I just can't. I can't do it. Right? It's not. My brain doesn't work for it. But I care very much about what's going on, and I care very much about the discourse, right? And what I see is miscommunication happening, both intentionally and unintentionally. Right? People have an understanding of what critical race theory is, and the piece that I wrote for Newsweek likened it to how music television became MTV, and there was less and less music in it. As time went by, it's just reality show after reality show, and critical race theory becomes CRT, and now it's this boogeyman sometimes, and other times it's this, this tool for obfuscation that people use, right? They go, oh, that's not CRT because does that seem like legal scholarship to you? You know, and I think that's disingenuous because it's kind of, you know, originally in that piece for Newsweek, I was making a comparison and it got cut out, but I was making the comparison to, you know, 10 years ago, we were talking about Islam and we see people flying planes into buildings and then we see other people going, that's not Islam, right? Except the people who flew the planes into the buildings, they're screaming Allahu Akbar. So something's going on, right? It's Islam adjacent, right? So, but the this is not Islam is just a way of shutting conversation down. It's a way of, you know, whether they mean to or not, people are being dishonest with this, you know, by using that as a way to deflect the obvious connections. There's something is going on. Whether these people are interpreting it incorrectly, that's a problem, and we can address that. But you need to acknowledge that they're interpreting something, right? You can't pretend that this is coming out of nowhere. So it's often used as a way to, you know, sweep things under the rug and pretend nothing is happening when clearly something is happening, right? And then when that happens on the other side, you get people going, no, I'm not going to be gaslit. Something is happening and you're lying about it. And this is CRT. Now I'm sure of it because you're denying it.
Right.
And I'm going to be even more fervent and I'm going to be even more oppositional to you. And I'm going to be even crazier and I'm going to do crazier and more illiberal and ridiculous things. And I'm going to lie and I'm going to make things up because you're lying and you're making things up. And now we have two completely ridiculous and insane and overblown sides to an argument where nobody actually understands anything and nobody knows what's actually going on or what it means or any of that, right? So, but something is happening still. And the problem is that that thing that is happening, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, is a problem. And we can't talk about it because we're too busy fighting over the label and who's responsible. I don't care. I just don't want kids being told that they're oppressors. I don't want kids being separated by race. You know, race is nonsense. We need to stop with this. We need to get away from this, right? So I care about, you know, DEI seminars where people are like, white people are meant to do these like struggle sessions, or like, you know, admit to your, you know, your horrible, inherent, terrible racist nature. You know, like that stuff's happening. I've heard people talk about it. Like, yeah, I did a DEI seminar and this is what happened to me. So something's going on and we're like wasting time not addressing it or wasting energy addressing it the wrong way because we can't have a conversation.
Chris?
Yeah, no, that all sounds pretty on target for me. I think, I mean, there's a few things that I thought of in response. And one thing I've been hearing in a few circles is this idea of moral panic, right? You know, and this is an area that I have some familiarity with, given my involvement in video game research. So I've been kind of trying to think of that, like if this is a moral panic, who's moral panicking and about what, you know? And I think in some ways it's more complicated than it simply being a moral. I mean, there are facets of it that look like that, right? But I think it's somewhat more complicated. A typical moral panic is fairly topic limited. It's usually bipartisan, not always. You know, like the violence in video games is a classic example. The Momo challenge is sort of your typical moral panics. Here you have this sort of sense of like, you can make the argument in some ways that this CRT, or what I now call CRT-ish, because of exactly that Angel identified. It's hard to pin down exactly what this thing is that we're talking about. You know, whatever it is that's happening, you know, seems in some ways like a moral panic, you know, because it's not tremendously curious about evidence. It uses, you know, rhetorical tactics like ad hominem, shame, Mott and Bailey tactics, things like that you can see in other moral panics. But then there's the conservative response, which in some ways also can be characterized as something of, as you know, like I said, the you know, banning, you know, these things that are perhaps. I mean, I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm sure there'll be legal challenges to these. I'll be curious to see how those work out. I mean, obviously, if it's university related, that's, I mean, academic. We should be pretty free to discuss whatever, you know, even offensive things in academic settings. And then, of course, there's the progressive response to the conservative. It's like a 3-layered thing that is more complicated than you typically see in a typical moral panic, and that it's sort of like an escalation cycle between lots of different groups of people. And there are probably, first there are these sort of diehard conservatives, there are the diehard progressives. There's this kind of group that are like critics of CRT that are not conservative. And now I think there's a certain, there's a bad ally syndrome. Like, do we want to be associated with Tucker Carlson or that sort of thing, or is it actually hurt? Like reasonable critiques of CRT, And then I think there's like the vast like average person that has, like, literally, whether they like the idea or not, has no idea really what CRT is, because it's been like an academic thing until 2020 for the most part. And if you actually read, and I agree with, that's why I laugh. You actually read like Delgado or whatever, it's a snooze fest. It's very dry. You can find some, I think a few money quotes in there somewhere, but for the most part, it's pretty academic. But I don't support it. But it's very different from reading D'Angelo, White Fragility, which was a fun read. But just like,
it's a fun read for sure.
It's an interesting book. I could read that pretty easily. Wow.
You guys' idea of fun is not my idea of fun.
I do sometimes enjoy reading that are like fairly extreme. And that one was like, wow, somebody wrote this and people are buying it. And that's actually pretty amazing. I got it from a library. I did not give her any money. But that is amazing. So there does seem to be this like cultural phenomena that I think in some ways this, whether it's like, it's kind of like I've joked, like, in 2020, masks are tyranny and everything is racist, and I think there's this kind of larger cultural, whether it's a culture war, cultural disintegration, polarization, whatever we want to call it, that everything now, you can't put a mask on to avoid a virus without becoming a culture war thing. I think this is all the same thing, that we're being defined to some extent by, if people who are Republican hate this thing, then it must be good. And that's why we're now seeing a lot of these memes that, CRT just wants to teach about the Tulsa race riots. No, they don't. That's not what CRT is. Even the Delgado version, that's not what it is. That certainly isn't the D'Angelo version, even if that is CRT, but yeah. And so I think it's just, there's that classic video, like defined by Trump, right? Whatever's position like Trump takes, everybody now divides, on either side of it, in completely irrational, non-empirical, absolutely emotional and morally grandstanding way. So I think this is part of this sort of larger problem we're having. I don't think humans have ever been rational thinkers for the most part, and I'm probably not either on most things, but it seems like that has gotten worse, that we are knee-jerk, emotional, moral grandstanding responders on every single topic. And it's not like we can say, hey, let's look at CRT and let's present students with evidence for it and against it and let them make up their own minds about it, which I don't think would be terribly controversial. But there is a sense of like, either you, on one side, you either like CRT or CRT-ish, or you're like racist, or you hate it, and otherwise you're a Marxist or something of that sort. So it's really this kind of like moral component. We can't like say, what's the evidence for and against this thing? That evidence could be nuanced and complex. It's either this is absolutely true, it's not ideology, but if you don't agree with it, then you're evil, which is kind of like the definition of an ideology. But yeah, so and I don't know what the answer is of like how to get us out of this larger, sort of cultural struggle I think that we seem to be in.
Yeah. That's
well, Chris, can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Do you have a potted definition for moral panic?
That's a great question. So moral panics are usually a situation where there is a perceived social problem. There may or may not be an actual social problem, but there's a perceived social problem. And people look for, the term actually is boogeyman, is what, going back to like the Cohen in 1972, he kind of uses that term, a boogeyman. People look for, or scapegoat, essentially. People look for something they already don't like that will explain that social problem, and therefore theoretically eliminating that thing would get rid of the social problem. So again, like violence in video games is the classic example. If everybody's worrying about like school shootings or mass homicide or things like that, then, well, if we just get rid of the violent video games, then that problem would just go away, So that's kind of like how moral panics generally work, but they tend to be non-empirical, so people don't give a shit about data. They tend to be knee-jerk reactions, tend to be they're moral grandstanding things, so you don't love the children if you defend violence. I've gotten that one.
Right. Yeah.
So there is that shame component to it. And they tend to be fairly time limited. They're generational in nature. So you just wait for all the old people to die, and then the moral panic goes away.
Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of take it literally, where I feel that people are freaking out that they're on the wrong side of a moral question.
Yeah.
And irrational behavior comes from that freak out, from that panicking thing. Yeah. But, as you were talking, you just reminded me, a huge part of the problem is just, this is bad, this is good. This, whatever this is different for too many people, right? Yeah. So I saw, I think it was an article about how CRT is anti-Semitic, right? Yeah. And, they lay out their arguments, they point out a bunch of examples and all this stuff, right? And then I saw someone else tweet, look, I'm Jewish. CRT cannot be anti-Semitic because I use CRT to point out anti-Semitism in the law and in our systems and stuff, right? So it can't be anti-Semitic, right? Now, to me, what that sounds like is, hey, Islam cannot be a violent religion because I'm Muslim and I'm not violent, right? And of course you're not. But it's your version of Islam that you're talking about, right? And this person who wants to blow a building up, their version of Islam is violent. So maybe, it's not all violent. Maybe there's something going on is the point here. And saying, no, Islam is a religion of peace because I'm peaceful is just as dumb as saying, no, Islam is a completely violent religion because I'm violent or because they're violent, right? So CRT is the same thing. It's like, it's anti-Semitic because some people use it anti-Semitically, right? But it's not anti-Semitic because I'm Jewish and I'm using it to fight anti-Semitism. Okay, all you're pointing to is the fact that there's been a bunch of bifurcation here, and we need to figure that out and parse it. Right?
Yeah, this it's kind of what you were saying, Chris, about the violence with video games and shootings and stuff. Again, everyone does. I mean, I remember being in seminary, and people would just do this. They would take one topic or one passage and just split all over the place. And it's like, well, no, it's this and it's this. And of course, you just turn this up to 11, and you're putting this within society. The thing that really gets me with this is I hear people, kind of the anti-woke, trending conservative folks that will say, I mean, I've literally had these conversations where they will tell me very seriously, like, and this isn't me to make fun of anybody or anything. I'm not trying to do that, but they will very seriously tell me this is the hill they are going to die on. This is the number one issue in the United States. I have heard that from so many people personally. And this isn't in, a Twitter thread or something like that. I mean, people like directly one-on-one messaging me, telling me. I don't think I've gone to the extreme where people said they've quit their jobs, but people like in their off time, they are in this, this is warfare. I mean, I literally use those types of words. Again, it reminds me of that whole evangelical Christian thing where there was a spiritual warfare and there's a demon behind every bush. And I mean, that's literally the kind of quasi-religious thing I think of when it's like people say that. Yeah, they say this very like thing. And then when I'll say like, oh, well, what about people that, don't have good education, they don't have access to good healthcare, they don't have jobs, they don't have, they have poor, their communities are crumbling. Those things are important. No, those are important, but there'll be none of that left if we don't deal with this. This is the number one thing. And I'm like blown away by that because 2 years ago, no one knew what the hell any of this was. They weren't talking about this. That's like, okay. And then the flip side, I can walk out of my door out here in Western Maryland and no one know. I would be like, if I were to tell somebody all this stuff, they would like, what planet did you come from? What is that? I don't know what CRT. I don't know what any of this I don't know what any of that is. And it's this weird, I feel like people live in like 3 different like universes sometimes. Like there's like online universe, there's like the universe like in your neighborhood or your community, and then like maybe there's like some kind of social thing. And that's not to say that like what you're saying, Angel, was like, and maybe you've seen this too, Chris, where like, you know, there are like these DEI trainings at like big companies, Starbucks, you know, there's all these big places that are doing this stuff and you see it. But I feel like still for, you know, a majority of the country, nobody knows what the fuck this is. And everyone's like, you know, panicking online, or maybe, you know, now it's sort of kind of reached its way into the mainstream now. And it's just like, and then people will see kind of what your point was, like all these anti-CRT bills are like, I don't even know what this CRT is. And how is there a bill against it already? Like no one even knows what the hell it is. I don't know. What do you guys think about that whole like dichotomy of how the world is?
I'm definitely curious to hear what Chris says about this, but just to be more charitable here, right? So, I mean, the first thing is just, yeah, there are a ton of problems in the world, but you focus on the thing you're going to focus on, right? Like, it's kind of like telling, you know, every scientist must be focused on cancer research because cancer is such a problem. Why aren't you trying to cure cancer? Mm-hmm. You know, what are you doing in your lab if you're not trying to cure cancer? Mm-hmm. So there's that, right? Sure. And then, of course, there's also the community aspect of it, right? Like I recently said, you know, pronouns in bio was like a dismissive thing that people say. They probably still do it. If you have pronouns in your bio on Twitter, you know, then I already know who you are. I already know what's going on. I already know why you're arguing the nonsense you're arguing. Well, the pronouns in bio for the anti-woke people is like sword emojis, right? They have like the crossed swords or whatever. And it's a similar thing. It's a signifier. It's a tribal thing. It's I'm part of this community. I'm against this idea or whatever. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that you're wrong about everything, but there's a community aspect to it now, right? There's a thing like I'm defining myself and who I am in opposition to this thing because I think it's important, because it matters, you know? And the thing is, yeah, like you mentioned, this stuff is happening, right? So the fact that maybe your average pedestrian is unaware, that doesn't necessarily mean that people shouldn't be worried about it, right? Because the other thing is just, you know, the people who say I will die on this hill, a lot of times they're educators. A lot of times they are parents. Sure. And they're directly in contact with this stuff, and it's alarming. I mean, if I don't have kids, but if my kid was being taught that shit in school, you better believe I would be in that school. I'd be in that school fighting that shit because I don't want my kid or anybody else's kid, you know, being filled with this nonsense. So I appreciate and respect the motivation to do this, and I can understand the, you know, single-mindedness of it because, you know, the stakes are high. These ideas do matter, and even though it may still be a too online sort of phenomenon, it won't be for long, and it definitely won't be if nobody challenges it, right? It'll just keep going and growing, and then next thing you know, we have it's metastasized, and it's too late for anything, right? So yeah, there's that. But Chris, I'd love to hear what you think about this.
Yeah.
Well, I have to confess, I have a dragon emoji in my Twitter handle, so now I'm a little bit worried.
What are you virtue signaling, Chris? What are you trying to say?
Dungeons and Dragons. I'm a total geek, so that's all it means. It's for the record. That's all it means. I like fantasy stuff. But
no, it means you hated the last season of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's what it means. That's definitely what it means.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's a lot of social capital that's built around this. And again, I'm a big both sides of this, which makes everybody hate me. But you know, I think whether woke or the anti-woke, there's a lot of at this point social incentive, social capital built around outrage, right? You know, and yeah, I mean, and I think it does, you know, as Angel was saying, it builds a sense of community, which I get. I mean, I like being around people who agree with me and are worried about the same stuff as I do, you know, which is actually increasingly harder to find in academia, but it's, you know, but it is what it is. And I do agree that, you know, my perception, I think, is probably pretty similar to Angel's, that there's a real thing here. And what I'd like to see, you know, is what I don't know is how prevalent it is. You know, and what I would like to see is some actual like empirical data on like the proportion of kids being exposed to this. And in fairness, on the other side, you also see the memes of like kids today aren't learning about slavery, which is I have a 17-year-old kid. That's completely the opposite of what I've seen from his education because I help him with his homework. And they talk about race a lot, not in the CRT sort of language, but they do address the topic in ways I think are, reasonable. So I would like to see, like, is that meme true either? The sense of like how many kids are being exposed to these sort of like struggle sessions or white shaming or whatever you want to call it, and how many kids are not being exposed to history of racism and Jim Crow and whatever other specific things people think they should be covered. And so I would like to see some of that data. I think, for me, we do have this sort of anecdotal evidence, which again is limited. I mean, we all know that anecdotes are not like real science evidence and this kind of stuff. There do seem to be enough anecdotes to suggest, like Angel was saying, that there's something happening, and there, it's not just a couple cases, but we don't know how widespread or how deep or prevalent it is. That said, too, I mean, I think just psychologically speaking, and referencing the DEI programs that, so we do have a pool of data on DEI programs in the psychological literature, which suggests they largely don't work. That when you particularly include things that look like the CRT-ish stuff, whether it's the white fragility or, talking about white privilege or systematic, racism or things like that, they tend to backfire. Not just in the sense of, people are resentful, there is that, but in terms of like diversity outcomes for the company, decline rather than go up. So based on, you might say, well, that's one field, that's not education. Maybe things would turn out different in education. I sort of struggle to think why you would think that, but that's a fair hypothesis, I guess. It's an empirical question. But I think even just psychologically, if we're focusing on people's identity and using this kind of divisive language, and even for students of color, if you're kind of saying the system is rigged against you and you can't succeed, I mean, I think there are a lot of psychological reasons to be worried about the impact. Now, we can't say definitively because we don't have that evidence yet of that the impact is bad. But we shouldn't implement it in schools until we have the evidence. We shouldn't say, well, we'll just keep doing it until we find out that it's bad.
Right.
That's not good. That's like the opposite. You should, if you want to employ something, you should do, ideally randomized controlled trials and see how that ends up working for some kids. If it ends up with positive outcomes, try it on a bigger scale. And if it ends up having negative outcomes, don't try it on a bigger scale. Don't try it on a big scale and then go back and say, oh, I wonder what happened. You end up with 20 years. It's like the self-esteem movement was exactly like that. It was one of the schools and other places, pretty widespread. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing in the background. Forgot to unplug it. That's okay. But we now know it doesn't work, and and it may actually have backfired in certain respects, in terms of like less resiliency on the part of some of the kids that went through some of those programs. And so that took 20 years. Do we want to do this for 20 years and then find out it doesn't work? No. So I think that's kind of the message I'm trying to get through to some people is like, even if we say, hey, look, we don't know what this does, don't put it in a bunch of schools and then find out. I mean, you get to test it somehow with some sort of like scientific program to see if it's effective or not for what you want it to do. But
I think this is a conspiracy. I'm putting this out there, right? And this whole thing is a conspiracy by people in Xavier's profession. They just want job security 20 years from now.
Yeah, no, we've been doing that for 70 years, so it wouldn't be the first time. So. I think I was going to say, like, I think, that's like kind of what you're saying, Chris, is right on that. Is that I asked this to somebody, I don't remember when it was, where I'm like, I didn't know who Ibram X. Kendi was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. I guess some people did or whatever, but I didn't, and I don't stay super current right before things hit mainstream, but and like, it's so quickly we're adopting it and we're putting it into businesses and we're putting it into schools. Like I don't understand that. Like we wouldn't do that for anything else. Like we wouldn't do that if a group of scientists tomorrow come out with X, Y, and Z, and they've been, it shows good efficacy and its effectiveness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. People would still be like, well, let's see, maybe, I don't know, but like people have just completely swallowed whole this whole thing. And that's what I don't understand about this is like, but why are we doing that piece of it? And why are we not vetting this? Why aren't we not trying it out? Okay. You know, and that's the thing that I think we all kind of agree on this. I don't have a problem teaching some variant of, you know, critical race theory, or if you want to do some version of it in schools, that's fine to me. Like, I don't care, but that should not be the curriculum that that should not be the thing the curriculum is filtered through. Yeah. Right. Like teach it. Like it does remind me of kind of the old creationism arguments, you know, certain, you know, Christian schools didn't want to teach evolution, and certain public or whatever schools didn't want to teach creationism. It's like, look, just teach it all. Like, just teach it all. Like, you can just say, here's what some folks believe. Here's the pros and cons. That's why we're having this. Write me a paper on a position paper on it and tell me what you think, et cetera, et cetera. This is the standard scientific approach. We use evolution because of the substantial plethora of data that we have on so many different disciplines and fields and what we can observe. That's the standard, but, you know, the same thing. We can say, hey, this is the standard model, but you know what? There are other things about our history that, you know, we've previously ignored, or we need to know more things about, you know, whether it's, you know, slavery or other things. And here's how it still plays out, and have people write a position paper on it or have certain assignments. So, I mean, I'm definitely not for bans. I'm not really for bans. I don't like that. I think all those bills are just full circle. Those people doing that are doing the same things they're fighting against, and they don't even realize it. But it's just one of those things where I'm like, what's wrong with that? I mean, you were saying that, Angel, Chris was saying that. Why can't we have just some like, all right, you can teach it, but I don't want that, like the curriculum to be that and every single thing. We're going to teach math through this lens. We're going to teach science through this lens. We're going to teach, like, I don't think it should be necessarily that pervasive. I mean, I don't know what and I think that's one area in which I can agree with people that are opposed to it, which is, yeah, I get that. And I get why they would feel pretty adamant about that. And not to mention the struggle sessions and all that stuff. I guess the thing about it also is that it does make this, it does give people blinders though, because even folks that are very adamant against this, it becomes like an all or nothing thing. So now I see people that maybe historically or whatever normally would have been fine with certain things that are for equality. Now it's just everything full stop is like, oh, see, there it is. That's its way of like filtering through and it's hiding. It's like, no, this is just something that's for, you know, pushing forward, you know, more equal rights for people. Like, this is fine. It's not a big deal. We don't need to like, you know, have an aneurysm about this and think that it's, you know, something smuggled in. And those people I realize are becoming more and more hardened with just being against equality. It's just like, well, yikes. Like, I mean, that's not good. I mean, so you're going to be so hardcore fighting this thing that you think is the number one issue in America, and you're literally actively not for equality anymore because you think it's somehow smuggled in CRT, and it's just very difficult to talk to folks like that. And I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about those points?
I mean, again, it's you know, I don't want this taught in schools. What is this? Right? There's a lot going on in this.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is we don't know. Because, you know, I mean, I wrote that piece for Newsweek, right? And I looked at some of the responses, and, you know, I screen grabbed 2 emails that I got right through my website. Somebody read the piece, went to my website, found the contact form, and then, you know, took a minute to send me, you know, go fuck yourself, right? And like, you know, people are trying to whitewash history. I don't have it in front of me, but it's you know, go fuck yourself. You know, keep putting your head up your ass. People, you know, the cons in all caps are trying to whitewash in all caps history, and racism is taking over, and you're just letting it happen, right? And then I also get this other one where it's like this ridiculous long screed, you know, with all this data about, you know, quote unquote black on black crime, and, you know, the Black lives don't really matter. These people don't actually care about this and this and this. They only care about this and this and this, and it's conspiratorial and all this stuff, right? But the thing is, that's interesting, which somebody else pointed out when I shared this on Twitter. I was like, this is the problem in two parts, right? But somebody pointed out that, you know, if you look beyond the hostility and you look beyond the kind of partisan filtering of what they're saying, both of them care about the same thing. They care about a marginalized group being mistreated, or you know, just generally not having what they should have, right? So the problem is in there, and people are sensitive to it, but they have these different filters that are fucking things up. And I also have people responding to the piece who they genuinely think that the people who are opposing this stuff don't want racism taught in schools. They don't want slavery taught in schools, right? So this one person that I was going back and forth with seems to sincerely believe that all that's being done here is we're trying to teach kids about the history of America, the real history, that America had this terrible past, that slavery was a thing, and that racism was a thing, Jim Crow, redlining, all of the things that happened post, Emancipation Proclamation. It's not a fairy tale, right? Lincoln didn't just, free the slaves and everything was wonderful, right? That's not true. This person sincerely believes that that's all that's happening, and that all the opposition is just racism manifesting itself in opposition to this genuine, beautiful, truthful, honest, and good movement, right? And I tried to point out, like, listen, I agree with you. People should learn this history. People, we should do better about that. We have a history that we need to know about. We need to, acknowledge it. I agree that it's a good thing to do, but you're either refusing or failing to see that there are other things happening. There are other things being smuggled in, as you mentioned, right? Like, that's true. It's not just what you think. And if you refuse to see it, that's where the conversation, like, we're not going to get anywhere. And the same thing's happening on the other side as well. So yeah, Chris, I'm both sidesing all the time. Yeah. I'm accused of both sidesing all the time, and I'm caping for white supremacists and whatever.
Yeah, so I think we all get that criticism. I've been accused of that, and Chris has, you have, Angel. We all get accused of the both sidesing, and because they want you to be on a team. Damn it, they want you to be on a team.
Not me, man. Fuck your team. Fuck your jersey.
Yeah, I'm not on a team. What you wrote on a similar article, Chris. You talked about some of it earlier. What was, Angel's mentioned his Newsweek piece, and I think you wrote one for Daily News. Yeah.
Yeah. New York Daily News. Yeah.
Yeah. And what is, I guess, your kind of, angle? I know you talked about the CRT-ish and all the different, you called them cousins, I think, or whatever. Like, how are you seeing how people are also doing this too?
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what Angel is saying. Is there's a lot of, I don't know if it's purposeful bad faith, but there's a lot of bad faith arguments, I think, on both sides. And it's kind of like people steelman their own position as strawman the other side's position. So yeah, I see a lot of that. I mean, the meme I've been seeing going around the last day or two is about the World War II GI Bill, which deprived many African-American veterans from participating, which is, a horrible part of our history, and kids should learn it, in schools. And the thing I'm saying is, like, this is CRT would teach kids this. I was like, no, it's not. You don't need CRT. That's just history. And I've read some of the bills. I haven't read all of the bills. They keep coming, so I can't keep up with them anymore.
The one in Pennsylvania was the most recent, right?
Yeah, that one looks. I haven't read it. From what I've heard of it, that one does look extremely bad. That looks
pretty terrible. I read a little bit of it, and I was like, yeah, no.
Some of them, though, and again, to be very clear, I don't support them. I think there are legitimate free speech concerns with all of them. In particular, if they target universities. Some of them don't. Some of them are K-12. But even there, I think there are better ways of going about things than bannings or whatever else. Yeah. But the ones I've read at least try to make this distinction a bit between the things that Angel was speaking about, like the struggle sessions and the shaming and like devaluing people based on race or gender or that kind of stuff. And they sort of explicitly say, but you can still teach about like racism and Jim Crow and slavery and that sort of stuff. Now, granted, are there lots of concerns about chilling effects and things like that? Sure, absolutely. So that's why I say I still think there are some free speech issues in there. But, in the ones I've read, at least, and it was like Texas and Iowa,
I think Tennessee, Iowa, Florida, right, has one.
There's like 20 of them at this point, somewhere around there, I think, in different stages. Many of them probably won't make it because they're like in Rhode Island or something like that, and they'll never pass. But, the ones I read, I mean, again, I can see why people don't like them. And like I said, I'm not endorsing them, but, they didn't say like, you can't teach racism, anymore, or you can't teach Jim Crow. In fact, the ones I read explicitly said you could. I think there is somewhat of this misinterpretation of, or whether it's willful or not, of, these bills are preventing people from teaching about slavery. These are the ones I've read explicitly are trying to say that they're not doing that. But there are a lot of these kind of like rhetorical tricks, people catastrophize. So on the other hand, I don't know if it was Tucker Carlson who started with the white genocide stuff or whatever the hell that was.
Oh God.
Oh, that was terrible. That was so terrible.
So I don't want to pick them on one side or the other. I mean, I think both sides are doing these kinds of weird, so there is this like ad hominem, which Angel was talking about, like, go fuck yourself, this, whatever. You see a lot of that, and you can get it from both sides. And the Mott and Bailey, where people have an extreme view, and then when you start to criticize it, they retreat to like, we're just trying to talk about racism, or we're just trying to think of the children, whatever it might be. You see a lot of that kind of stuff. So I think that obfuscates a lot of the conversation, makes it very, very, difficult. The tragedy for me, I think, was a lot of these issues. This is probably true for a lot of these culture war things. I always kind of think of like the trans versus gender critical debate as being very similar in the sense of like, if you could find 5 like purely rational, unemotional stoics on each side, sit them down into a room together, there's got to be a compromise somewhere that, most people would find to be pretty reasonable. And I think these set of, like I said, I mean, I would say, why don't you, if, maybe for high school students, you could say, here's one way of looking at these kinds of issues in life, and here's the evidence for it, and here's the evidence against it. That seems maybe this is an incredibly offensive thing for me to say. I don't know. But, that way, and then let the kids decide, this could be a critical thinking exercise, for students. They could decide if they believe in CRT-ish or not. On their own, without telling them that it's the one ordained truth and or the evil incarnate necessarily. But it seems like it's just hard for people to get to that place. It's all or nothing thinking, right? And it's catastrophizing, it's generalizing, it's all these things that in psychology we try to tell people not to do because it's linked with mental illness, right? And so I think Jonathan Haidt has this kind of viewpoint that a lot of what's happening in culture is that we're incentivizing people to behave and think and act in ways that are actually indicative of mental illness. And that's why things are in many ways looking, this crazy. But I ended also with kind of plea, like my personal view is that CRT is a loser issue for the left. I think when people learn about it, again, whatever this thing is, whether it's Delgado and Crenshaw or it's, Kendi and D'Angelo, when people look at it, I think the majority aren't going to like it, and so in terms of like hills to die on, so I think I'm usually pretty vocal in saying I don't want another Trump presidency. So there's, sort of an argument like maybe this one shouldn't be the topic the left dies on, the hill the left dies on, but I don't know. Nobody listens to me, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, that's great, Chris. And we have Wilfred Reilly that's into the chat, and he's going to solve it all.
All right.
Will, how's it going, Will?
How's it going, guys?
Thanks for coming on. For listeners, Will was on the podcast earlier, and we talked about this stuff. I think it's episode 18. And so we were talking kind of about the current state of critical race theory and where it's at. And so we've been around the bush and run the gamut on this, but you're a little bit closer on this stuff on one side of it. And I mean, what's your just currently? I mean, it's been over the past year and a half or 2 years now. And so I guess give us past 6 months or so, where do you see this as where we're at? What's the pulse of it?
Well, I think that this is one of those things that kind of became political very rapidly and unexpectedly as a hot button issue between the two sides. So the core question here, leaving aside the term critical race theory, is sort of should the schools move left from Howard Zinn, which is kind of where they are right now. Like when I looked at this, just, what is ed theory? Like the most widely assigned textbook in at least high schools was Howard Zinn's A People's History of America. And I mean, in university, of course, you're a little more left than you are in high school. So, I mean, in sociology, political science, liberals outnumber conservatives 33-1 or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. So it's not like you're talking about this conservative racist ecosystem right now with the bold left wingers trying to change what's going on to some extent. I think that a large number of people who were activists or operatives to some extent on the right side of things, like Chris Rufo, who I'm friendly with, the grievance studies people who I also mostly know and who got just irritated after seeing their papers on like, is doggy style sex feminist for animals and shit like that, like published in major journals. All these people started attacking a move slight left in the curriculum and started publicizing that. And you started seeing obviously Fox on one side of the issue, but also the other channels, because it was funny, it was controversial, picking this up. And you saw CRT become a major topic. I personally think a lot of what's taught in the schools is non-quantitative, reverse racist crap. I don't think that that's something that's new, really. I don't, and just honestly, I mean, a kind of mixed political views group of buddies, like, I don't know necessarily what the impact diversity training or whatever is. I mean, if you go to class and your teacher's ranting and raving about America winning wars 200 years ago, then you go to your next class and you're reading Huck Finn and it's a guy that got out of the Marines. I mean, are you dramatically affected by that? Like, do you go on in life and become a protester? But I definitely think a lot of this stuff's pretty stupid. And I think it's kind of having a moment right now, the right-wing media ecosystem, which is now 2/3 as large as the left, it's seizing on it. I'm on that side of it. I think it's bullshit, but it was sort of one of those debates. One thing I will say as an academic, I don't know if the label CRT or critical race theory is really all that useful, but I also don't think it matters. I mean, virtually everything on the hard left is critical, right? So it's critical pedagogy is, teaching that education should not be a system weaponized against the poor and yada, yada, whatever Freire said. And then there's critical legal studies and critical historiography, and there's critical whiteness theory and white fragility studies. I mean, I think most people are referring to all of that kind of clumped together and saying there's really no reason to be teaching that to 10-year-olds. And I suppose I agree. One last comment. I think the real reason for this, is much respect as I have for Chris and his team and so on, is COVID, in that everything went virtual. So the things that people are now really complaining about, like the level of sex ed, where they show, I mean, there are high schools that have shown like 5-minute anal sex clips with like the warning, like, this is not pornography. Do not use this for pornographic purposes. I think when parents see that, they're kind of, I mean, they expected sort of more condom on the banana. They haven't really been following where ed theory's been going. So a lot of this stuff, the CRT thing, I think people just saw what was going on in the classroom and said, hey, that's kind of racist. And CRT was an easy label for it. And so you got one of these political flare-ups. And, again, I oppose most of what you could label as CRT. It's certainly in a middle school context or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking, Angel was saying that. He was saying, like, what is this, right? People are saying critical race theory is this, it's this, it's this. And you get people on both sides saying, like, people on the kind of the anti side of it will say, like, this is Marxism smuggled in and we're going to all be on camps in 2 years. And then you got, people on the left that are saying, like, this is the codified, reimagining of our history. And if we don't do this, everyone's a racist. I mean, but you have so many people that are talking around it. And I think we all are saying the same thing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you're calling it. I think Angel's point was right. He was like, this is just kind of a game of telephone now. It starts out here. It's here in the legal, like, academia. And now we've just gone all the way around. And it's like, no one knows what the hell it is anymore.
Now it's white people or aliens.
Right. So were you going to say something to what Will said, Angel, or no? You had a thought, or?
No, I'm just shocked by they're showing anal sex in high school sex ed now. I didn't even I mean,
I'm sure that's not and this is one thing that's important, actually. None of this, whenever you look at a hot button issue on the left and the right, the first thing I always do is look at the actual figures. Like, what's the number of, white female stockbrokers being killed by illegal immigrants? If you look at like the Kate Steinle case, or the number of unarmed Black men being murdered by cops, which obviously is a book of mine, and so on down the line. It's, to some extent, I would suppose the same thing here. Like, you're going to get a very different curriculum in a trendy prep school in Brooklyn than you will in Kansas. But yeah, I mean, there have been multiple occasions where people have read or watched things in high school sex ed. They're basically just porn. I mean, if you Google the high school sex ed class watches pornography or something like that, you'll find thousands of examples, half real. So, and I mean, I'm actually extremely pro-sex. Like, most people have sex in high school. So you can even debate whether a qualified sex ed teacher could show that in some context. But I think if your mom is watching you watch a video about ass sex, you're going to have some problems as the principal of that school. I mean, a lot of this coming from, like, with my consultant hat on rather than professor hat, I think a lot of this is almost amoral. Like, if I were watching that as a parent, my daughter was 13, what the hell are you guys doing? And then you're going to have parents going down to the schoolhouse and so on.
Yeah, that's definitely unsettling a little bit.
I don't know about your daughter, but a 13-year-old boy, they've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other piece of it too.
Yeah,
I guess what you're saying is kind of like going on the data and looking at this stuff and how prevalent it really is. People will take, like, big cases or big events, and then they'll, like, talk about it, and then it's like, this is everywhere, and it's really not. It's in a couple isolated incidents. But I guess the one thing about that is that does there have to be this kind of uniformity, right? If, for example, why do I give a shit what Portland's teaching? Like, I don't live in Portland. Why do I care? If they want to go full blown critical race theory, all the whole thing, like, that's that city or whatever that jurisdiction, that's their choice. That's why they have a school board. They vote on it. They want to do it. Great. I'm not living in Portland. I don't care. I think if this is at a federal level, yes, we are going to, across the board, at a bare minimum, this is what we're going to do. Okay, yes, that's problematic, but that's never going to happen. Like, I just don't see that happening. Like you're saying, like, people start reading this, they're going to be like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. This country is still fairly conservative in many ways. But is it, do you guys, any of you can jump on this, do you think that there's any, like, notion of, well, if some states want to do it that way, cool. If some cities want to do it that way, cool. And other places, are you guys kind of fine with that kind of traditional historic term of being liberal about it and saying, hey, do it how you want?
I worry about that because ideas don't stay in their boxes, So yeah, maybe, you went to school in Portland and that's where you learned this shit, but now you live in New York and now you're, like, working in this company. It's kind of the same thing as what was happening 5-6 years ago. People were saying, oh, these college kids are having tantrums and they're being babies. They're being these coddled little snowflakes, and they have their, give them their pacifier. Once they get out into the workforce, everything will be fine. They'll be hit with reality, and boom, boom, right? But now here we are, 6 years later. These people are in the institutions, and now the problem that was in college is also in college and in the institutions because these people graduated and went out into the world, right? So I mean, I think to the extent that these ideas exist and we disagree with them, we should have that conversation. But yeah, as you mentioned with the federal thing, there's also the kind of, should we force this one independent bakery to bake a cake for, a KKK party? I mean, no, they shouldn't have to do that, right? But, then it's like, oh, well, a gay marriage cake, right? It's like, well, should they have to do that? I don't think they should. But then if it turns into a thing where now there's literally no bakery where a gay couple can get a cake, it's gone too far. But how did it get too far? It's because we didn't have the conversation when it was just a few bakeries. So I feel like it's kind of... You're
referencing the woman in Kentucky. I think that's where it was, right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Iowa, I remember it was, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, she shouldn't have to make a cake for someone. She should be able to refuse service to whoever she likes, right? But... if it turns out that now everyone is refusing service to this group of people, that group of people is now being, systematically discriminated against, and now it's a bigger problem. So maybe we should have the conversation earlier. right? Not necessarily we need to force this lady, but we should probably talk about that.
Chris?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. I'll have to pop out in a second too. It's a movie day with my son. But I think there was one thing that did come up at the federal level that got some controversy, and it was from the Biden's Department of Education. And I'm not a political scientist, so I'm not going to try to say that I have the clearest understanding of exactly what this was. But I believe it was like priorities for grant funding through Biden's Department of Education, if I remember correctly. And that got critiqued because it used a lot of CRT terms, and I think it like positively referenced the 1619 project and things like that. So it looked like there was some, again, I don't think it was saying like now every school has to do this. It was more of an incentive program. So like, you can get grants if you do something related to these topics, but the sort of call for papers or call for grants or whatever exactly it is. Again, I'm not a political scientist, so but I think it sort of like put the thumb on the scale, if you will, of what we're calling CRT-ish stuff compared to anything else, basically. So there was some criticism, I think, of again mostly from the right about some of that. I did read it. Like I said, I'm not a policy wonk, so I can't say that I understood it super well, but that was my impression. Is at very least, like they said, like this document used this kind of language, and yeah, it did. I agreed. It did. What the implications of that for policy and education is, I have no idea. But so there seemed to be this endorsement of some of that from the Biden administration.
I know you got to run, but what any last thing you want to say to the fellas before on CRT and where we go and how to handle it? Anything you want to say lastly?
Well, no, I mean, to the fellas, it's great to see all you guys. This is a great bunch, and I feel privileged to be in this August, company. So I'm sorry I have to duck out on the conversation. I look forward to listening to the rest of the conversation when it comes out. Of course, I'd love to know, if you're in this group of not being necessarily for bannings, but are otherwise sort of concerned about some of the trends, and coming out into education from whatever we're calling this thing, CRT-ish, whatever. How do we move things forward in a productive way, or are we just doomed? Is this like,
we got to ride this ride, and
yeah. How do I surf this wave? I guess the questions. I'd love to hear some of that.
Yeah, and actually, Chris mentioned we were talking earlier, and he was asking about getting more concrete figures for how often children are being taught, this or that crazy thing and that sort of stuff. And Wilfred, since you're a numbers guy, I wonder if you have numbers for that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Numbers for.
So how much? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, just how much like are 5-year-olds being taught that they are oppressors and that they are going to, rage, white rage as soon as they grow up, and that they're automatically going to hate black and brown people, and that they need to do a struggle session when they get older, and just at the fundamentally like basic level at elementary school and middle school, how is this in a couple schools, or is this like everywhere? Because if I ask some people on the online sphere, I mean, you would just make it seem like this is every day they wake up and this is just happening in every single school in America. And I don't have hard numbers on it. To what extent has this kind of bled out in different places at the federal or private levels, to what you know?
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I mean, I'll say this like openly on the record. I mean, in order for there to be a good faith discussion or even competition around this, I mean, that's something that needs to be known and that the right side of this needs to find out. Right now, I think that what you're seeing is mostly examples of extreme stuff from particular schools. And that does exist. I mean, one of the few qualitative pieces I wrote ever was about this, just some of the things that were happening in New York schools that were just wild. Like one school, I think it was Brearley, sent every white parent of a student there a letter encouraging them to become white traitors, in the sense of, like radical theory, like abandon your whiteness, it comes from evil. The kids like took the letters home, and there were 8 or 9 different incidents like this in one city. And I thought it was worth a short piece, and that went to like the Spectator. It was interesting to write. But even writing that, I kind of, there is an element of, now all those things totally legitimate, they happen. But there's also an element of the one city is New York. There are a lot of schools there. Like, are there hard numbers on this? I'd be genuinely interested. I think that one of the problems with getting those now would be honesty. I mean, if you contacted a school and asked, do you guys teach a radical critical pedagogy? I mean, anyone who's the principal of a decent sized school would know exactly what the hell I'm talking about, but are they going to tell me? Like, who's this suspicious sounding man on the phone using social science language? I think that would be almost impossible to find out. And again, the people that are really working on this, I get the feeling there are a lot of whistleblowers in these environments. It's not small. Like, one of the diversity trainings that Rufo and Mel Chen found out about, if I recall the people correctly, was for like Disney. And it was on the Walt Disney website, and everyone in the company had to use it. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of people exposed. The question is what percentage of the American population that is. And I think to kind of build from that, I mean, I agree with almost everyone that's spoken so far in the sense of, I don't think that you're going to have some national ban against obscure educational theories. What I think a lot of these fights get down to is free speech. So, I mean, I think if your kid's school is teaching crap, whether that's traditional racism, something like hardcore IQ hereditarianism, I can't imagine where that would be, but maybe one of the magnet schools, IMSA or something, or whether that's crit theory, whether you call it CRT or not, or whether that's creationism, which is probably still as big of a threat. You can go down to the school board meeting and say, you're teaching nonsense, and I'm going to bring 50 more parents here unless we talk about some curricular changes. I mean, that's really kind of the way to handle that. And it's been very effective. I do think in a level beyond that, so level one, parents should speak out if their school's teaching crap. I would be willing to jump on a Zoom meeting. I think a lot of academics in the middle or on the slight right would be. That's the way to fight it. But number two, I do think you can ban activities. You can't ban teaching Marx. I mean, I don't see how that's, like him or not, he's one of the 10 most influential philosophers of the past 200 years. I mean, so unless you want people to be idiots, you can't just say, this is a bell hooks free school. Like, it's not going to work that way. But you can say that you can't, for example, engage in segregation. Like, affinity groups are a real issue. This was beginning when I was leaving business, where you take all the black executives and you lock them up in a room for 2 days away from all the white executives. And then you divide the whites into, say, Jews, Italians, Irishmen. Like, what's your personal experience? You have boards where you write your stereotypes for your group and your rivals. That's literally classic segregation, especially as it's being taken into the dormitory level at major universities. Like, I think you can ban segregation. So I think you can cut off most of the worst impacts of this by saying, no, we're not going to let people have, all white breakout sessions 2 days a week that no black kids can go into. So that's one way of kind of cutting this out at the symptoms level. Sure, you can read through a good piece of left-wing philosophy, and then you all go play basketball together. So you're stopping the extremism there, I think, in terms of practice.
Yeah. I just want to say bye to Chris because I know he's got to leave. So thanks so much, man, for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me be part of this today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
All right. See you.
Bye-bye.
I was going to say on the piece that you were talking about in terms of the schools is what's been getting a little bit of some national attention. Maybe because Washington Post is right nearby and it's a big paper, is the stuff that's been happening in Loudoun County. Right. You'll see viral videos on Twitter of the angry parents yelling about like, this is not going to happen. And, having to, postpone the meetings. And I mean, really, they've been kind of at it consistently, like kind of with a force. I mean, it wasn't just like a one-off. I mean, apparently it's like every regular occurrence of like, and there are people that will say like, well, they don't even know what they're talking about. They saw Tucker and he didn't like it, so they're going against it. And other people are like, no, they're informed. And, how do you, that's the clearest example I can think of out in Virginia, Loudoun County, of people doing that. If you have thoughts on that particular instance or other instances of what we can learn from of how to, I guess, appropriately kind of handle it.
Well, Loudoun County is TJ, right? That's Thomas Jefferson, the school.
I think so. I should know this. I got family that live there. I think so. Well, I can't remember.
I think that the issue here, that area of, I guess it would be Northern Virginia near DC, has some crazy number of the USA's highest ranked public high schools. So like TJ, Thomas Jefferson Prep, is the #1 school in the USA, and frankly, it probably is in the top 5 in the world. And it's always had a very selective admissions process with essays, math exams, so on. And the student body, the way this is usually presented in Slate or like center-left media would be the student body only admits 30 blacks a year. The issue is that they also only admit like 100 white people. The school is 75% East and South Asian. So this is one of the most competitive schools in the nation. And the other schools aren't bad either. You're talking about schools ranked in like the top 20, top 30. Yeah. So the CRT argument there isn't so much, again, we're going to debate marks. It's should we redefine the selective admissions process? And this is where I think this gets serious. Because, I mean, we're competing with power players like China. You know, I think India, Russia, and Nigeria will be back in the game in 50 years. I mean, like major countries with hyper high IQs in the literal sense of that term that want to get to Mars too. So this could have an effect, but they're redefining the admissions processes at these top schools to essentially achieve diversity. They want more Black, and that's where it seems to stop. I don't see a lot of mention of Hispanics here, but they want more African-American kids in the school. What I've seen so far from the results of this actually seems to be that they're getting more whites, by the way. Because the holistic variables, like the have you had an internship, did you play for the varsity stuff, are more available to wealthy kids. Like that's why standardized tests were implemented, actually. Like the idea was the test might be a bit culturally biased, but it's just math. They wanted to see how many Jewish kids, Black middle-class kids, so on, could get into college when this began in the 50s and 60s. And it was a large number. So, but at any rate, that's the anger there. Like, do you want this holistic, woke process, or do you want, the slogan is TJ to be TJ, which is the #1 school in the country. And a lot of these parents, I notice they tend to show the white ones at these meetings. But I don't know if it's specifically Loudoun, but if you look at like Northern Virginia school board meetings, which I did a couple days ago, it's a very diverse crowd. It's like Chinese, Indian, Ghanaian parents that absolutely don't want the prestige of their kid going to the best school to go away. So that's why that fight is so intense. And you can understand the other side too. Like I'm gonna stop being boringly centrist today, but I mean like the other parents are people whose kids didn't get into the #1 school that are, I mean, and they still have to be pretty damn good to come close, but that are like working poor white African-American families. So you've got these two groups of parents almost getting in fights about kind of whose kid deserves that spot at TJ that's going to lead to a spot at Yale. That's the issue there.
Yeah. And so much of this is kind of predicated on the scarcity, right? It's like, my kid needs to get into that school so that he can get into that school so that he can get that job. And so we can pull ourselves out of poverty, right? Like that's so much of what's motivating this, right? Yeah. You know, there's also the whole racial equity component to it. But I think that, you know, just like what Wilfred was just saying, is like these parents care about their kids. They want their kids to succeed. And everybody knows the game we're playing. If you get into the good school, you get into the other good school. And if you get into the other good school, you get into the great career. And you have the great career, I don't have to worry about you. And that's my job. I'm your parents, right? So that's part of what's fueling this. And I think we lose sight of that. And I think so much of what's going on is just attempted downstream solutions to upstream problems, right? Like, why is TJ the only school that gives you the golden ticket? Right? It shouldn't be. And there should be, I mean, there are incentives for all of us to make it so that that's not the case, right? There should be more schools where more people can be more productive and more successful, because that ends up benefiting all of us, right? We create a more prosperous society with more educated people, more successful people, more entrepreneurial people. That's great. All that is great. Why aren't we trying to do that?
Yeah. What are your thoughts, on that aspect as well, Will? Because I think I agree with what Angel's saying. For a lot of these people, there's a lot of immigrants, or there's, working class white folks and black folks, and that's like their ticket out. And we don't have enough options for that for a lot of kids. There's that one school or maybe two schools, and how do we work better towards doing that kind of stuff, do you think, as opposed to just this limited kind of thing?
First of all, I think the focus among kind of the lower upper class, which is something I've been looking at recently, like who leads these revolutionary movements in general, left and right. The focus of this group on you have to do this golden handcuffs thing at this point in your life, I disagree with. I remember having these conversations with my mom. Like my mother was upper class, but we lived in the hood because she was an inner city school teacher and she had some conflicts with the rest of my family. But I remember her at one point saying, don't try out for the varsity this year. You need to study so you can potentially get into an Ivy college. You have to get this grade as a black man. It was very specific, like you're this race, this sex, these are the lower Ivies. And I remember asking, this is actually what I did, like if I get 20 points less on the test, wouldn't I just go to Illinois or Michigan? And she said, yeah, and I did. And I mean, I went on to teach at a similar state university. So like, I do think that some of this, obviously you want to encourage people to develop their mind as much as possible, but you also want them to develop the physical storehouse for the brain. You want them to be fit. You want them to develop ethics, perhaps more importantly. I mean, you want them to develop social skills. So just taking your kid and making them study 6 hours a day, which has become part in many cases the Asian or African immigrant experience, I don't know if that's the best way to move forward. And actually generationally, by the second or third generation in Asian or Nigerian communities, you start seeing a huge backlash to this. With kids, not really like thugging, but like rebelling, getting into the stoner and punk, if that's still around, and so on scenes, and not really doing shit because they associate school with this almost abuse. And it's fascinating. If you look at when scores drop off for each racial group, it's generally the third generation after this has gone on for a chunk of time. And I think that can be avoided with sort of more well-rounding early on when you're training, for want of a better word, kids. But so first of all, I guess I don't think that if you don't go to TJ and you just go to one of the Loudoun secondary public schools and you go to Brown or Michigan, you're going to have a failed life. I mean, I think to some extent, what people are pursuing is illusory increases in prestige among a pretty narrow band of universities. So I think a lot of the extreme focus is a bit exaggerated. But with that said, my personal opinion, obviously, is that the people with the best test scores and, maybe 10% weight for extracurriculars and so on should get into TJ. A lot of this is extremely simple. Like colleges wouldn't need to have 75-person admissions and diversity bureaucracies. If you just set the standard, we count grades at half, which would actually benefit minority kids. Grading is often easier in urban schools. And we set the test at half, and then we admit the people that get the best overall board scores. Like that would be the whole collegiate admissions process, except for NCAA D1 athletes. And it would take 10 seconds to look at an application. So I suppose that's what I support.
Yeah.
Fire them. Get rid of all the bureaucrats.
I guess I'll just ask you this, Wilfred, because I know you're limited on time too. Is what is the best way to now, knowing kind of the what the temperature is with this kind of moral panic around CRT and all of its variants? For you pragmatically, how do you think people, people are going to do what they want, but, what do you think would make sense to talk about this, in real life and online? Like, what is a good way to you think kind of tackle this?
Well, I think the first thing is being upfront and honest about what your terms mean. So for me, when I use the term CRT, and I usually don't, I'd usually say critical theory or something like that. But I'm referring to a specific set of theories that come from one kind of left-wing intellectual, but I think wrong rootstock, that have a set of shared ideas, like facially neutral systems are set up to oppress. I mean, this is Delgado, racism is everywhere intentionally. We can tell, and this is Ibram Kendi, we can tell that this oppression exists because there are performance differences between groups. Again, to me, without getting into the genetic stuff on the other side, which I disagree with, I think a lot of this is just BS. The races differ in age by decades. There are a bunch of things that, when adjusted for, close 85% of the gaps that are glibly attributed to racism or genetics. And I think then you can have the debate about what's left, but just, higher Asian incomes, for example, are due in large part to the fact that Asians live on the urban West Coast. A lot of times this is just very non-mysterious. How many people are there in the family? This is almost like not academic paper, just debating stuff. It exists at such a level of simplicity. But I mean, but point 2 of critical theory would be you can tell oppression from the gaps. And point 3 would be we need equity. This is, I mean, you've seen the equality equity graphic online. This is a core idea of virtually all of it. So that's what I mean by critical theory. So people should define, I guess, what they're talking about. Then they should identify, if they're against it, what they think is wrong with it. And they should sort of present that position. I mean, if you're a parent, bring that forward to the appropriate level of, governmental organization, have the school board vote. If you're an advisor, record something, say why you think this is negative. Help out those parents or whatnot, small business owners that reach out to you. If you're a politician, I mean, I think, again, the appropriate sort of legislation here would be banning negative things that people largely agree on: segregation, the teaching of inferiority. I noticed like a well-written anti-racist law would actually ban a lot of the extremes of social science conversation. I mean, obviously the alt-right teaches that people are inferior. If you're looking at what, a 15-point IQ difference that was genetic would mean. So I guess that's my point. Clarify your terms, pursue the goal that you want. One risk here, so kind of last sentence here, arguing against the woke began with sort of IDW social scientists like Colin Wright, who I'm friendly with. There's a guy that kind of comes to mind. Helen Pluckrose, who's probably a socialist, but who opposes a lot of the logical extremes here. And I think for a long time, this was kind of an internal academic fight where you had the crits and then you had the people that opposed them. And both said some nonsense, but both sometimes made sense. Now this is something that the National Republican Party has taken notice of. Mm-hmm. So I think that you've now got a risk on the flip, which is that you're going to see a lot of these bills that just ban, like the following is a list of banned books. And that is, to me, bad in the large majority of cases. So you're now going to see how legislatures vote on this and so on. And again, a lot of this doesn't matter. Like what you'll then see is some extremely patriotic education for 2 years until the next election removes the law. Like the world generally doesn't end. It just keeps turning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's great. That's great.
I think Helen Pluckrose considers herself a liberal humanist. I think that's what she says. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that means socialism.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Well, on that side of the pond, yeah.
I definitely agree with much of what Wilfred said there. Define your terms. I mean, we need to understand what the fuck we're talking about before we can talk about it. Mm-hmm. And we need to be honest about what we're talking about before we can talk about it, right? So, if we have these completely different fundamental visions of what this thing is, then we're calling it the same thing. I mean, the conversation is just impossible, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, I agree. I think that this kind of gets into my other piece for Newsweek about merit and meritocracy, which is, I definitely agree that the people who get into TJ, for example, should be the people who get the highest scores, because there's a standard for a reason. That's the standard they want. And that's merit. Essentially, that's merit, right? The people who got in because they passed the test. That's the merit. So maybe there's a problem with the test. Even, as Wilfred mentioned, like maybe the tests are culturally biased or whatever, but correct for that. Mm-hmm. Don't just because of that potential cultural bias or because of the, inequitable outcomes, now make the suggestion that the test itself or testing itself is racist or, whatever. Like that's crazy, right? And you're hobbling people by saying, no, you can't. Listen, you just can't make the cut. That standard is way too high for you. So we have to get rid of the standard so that you can come and play with us, right? That's not helping anybody, right? But on the other side, though, there are many reasons, as Wilfred mentioned, why one group or another isn't passing those tests, right? Why there are lower numbers, right? There may be cultural things like interest, right? But there are also circumstantial things like, no matter how fair a reading test is, if you don't teach a kid to read, he's not going to pass the test, right? So if a kid is going to an underserved school, right, where the teachers are overworked and underpaid, and maybe they're just not good teachers, right? You can't get the good teachers there because the good teachers go somewhere else where they can get paid. right? If it's in an underserved community where, there's poverty, there's, a single parent is just struggling to get by, right? And, there's a certain amount of attention they can't give the kid because they're busy trying to make sure the kid survives, right? All that stuff plays a part in whether this kid gets educated in such a way that they're prepared for that test, right? So that's the difference between merit and meritocracy. Meritocracy is this idea that everyone is on the level playing field and everyone has a fair shot just because we have this standardized test, for example, right? Just as an example, but like, just because we have this test and we go, hey, look, the test is fair. If you pass it, you get in. That's it. But we're discounting the fact that not everyone is at the same spot. Not everyone has the same resources. Not everyone is someone's aptitude is not the same as their capability, right? Like they could pass the test. There's nothing genetically different or inferior about them that makes them not be able to pass the test, but they can't pass the test because they didn't get those classes. They didn't get that prep. They didn't get that coaching, right? Maybe they didn't get that nutrition because, like they literally drink Coke for breakfast because, it's 25 cents or whatever the fuck, shit like that. So it's like all that stuff needs to play a part. And I think making the distinction between those things is important. And then, of course, the downstream thing of like, well, look, these are the results and they're unequitable by race. Obviously, the problem is the test. That's insane.
Yeah, I totally agree. Will, I know you're a busy guy. Any final words you want to say?
Yeah, and I mean, I'll respond quickly to that and hopefully give a witty parting comment. But I mean, I think it's awkward to talk about this because you have to get into a lot of honest discussions of things that people are conditioned not to talk about, like race, class, culture, so on down the line. I agree with Angel. I don't think genes have much of anything to do with this. Like the whole, this is actually just like one of my hobby horses kind of. I find a lot of the IQ debate and so on a little irritating, and I find a lot of it online in pretty bad faith. Like the sort of pseudo-Darwinian claim here is, well, human groups evolved separately to some extent over at least the past 10,000 or so years. Who's to say they couldn't have developed dramatically different levels of mental functioning or something like that? What I think we actually find in modern integrated societies where everyone eats the same food and the like is that the human differences seem very small. I mean, one of the most obvious that would have evolved across different climates, like tropical rainforest effect or something like that, would be height. And in fact, black, white, American Indian, Hispanic, mestizo individuals and, Asians, whatever, with the same diet in the same country, the height difference is like an inch. I mean, a human is 60 to 72 inches tall. So, I mean, I think that's what you'd be talking about, if anything, if you talk about the genetic component of some mathematics testing difference when we actually look at inside the human genetic code. I think you're looking at other things. I do think that the idea that class is a huge predictor variable there, it's obviously true at the extremes. And I think this is one of the reasons urban black and poor white scores are sometimes so low. Like you have to have books in the school. I mean, yeah. Right. But for most of the difference, I think you're looking at cultural realities that are kind of awkward to talk about. Like, so I actually pulled up the SAT scores by ethnic group. And like the SAT score as of 2008 for black kids from families that make over $200,000 a year was 981. That's not terrible, but I mean, the average SAT for white kids from families that make 20 to 40,000 was 995, almost exactly the same. So you have to look at, like, it's pretty obvious that certain things like focusing on athletics as sort of a tournament style competition, which can even work out. I mean, the NFL is 70% African-American, but we see more of those in black and sometimes Latino communities. Like we see higher rates of study in Asian communities. Like, I don't think anyone could logically disagree with that. So the whole idea of merit or meritocracy, to some extent, I favor almost basic crude solutions. Like give a 50-point weight for social class and then don't do anything else. And everything else would probably be somewhat self-contained. Like, I don't think you can make yourself a trillionaire or some of the GOP fantasies out there. But I think the average person with average abilities could become upper middle or lower upper class by making pretty obvious decisions. I mean, join the army, which will take you. You then go to community college, which would be free if you join the military, and go on into some sort of profession like dentistry. the percentage of people that can do that is probably around 50. Like there is a great deal of individual motivation here. So the people getting into TJ aren't actually rich people generally. Like they are Korean and Haitian and Indian American mothers who are making their kids in a one-room cold water flat study for 3 or 4 hours a day. Now, again, I don't necessarily even think that's a good idea, but it's damn sure going to take you into a top high school. So anyway, I think that idea, actually, this is what I'll close with. I think that idea of how complex a lot of issues are when you're discussing them in good faith, where Angel said, like, if you're coming from the right, for example, you need to consider poverty. It's just silly and disingenuous not to. But the response is like, well, okay, when we look at this, the poverty, it does have 100-point impact on your test scores. We just saw that with black and white kids. But what's the other reason for the difference between the black and white kids? It's not genetics. Is it study time? Like, you're going to get into these complex, multivariate reasons that things happen. And I would contrast that with the simplistic kind of one-factor explanations of either the bigot or the crit. Like the crit's argument is it's all due to racism today. And I think that when you look at that, it just falls apart. And I think that's why they generally won't debate. They won't go into these public forums because every social scientist kind of knows that's not true. It's a political argument. It's a political argument that even has honorable goals. But I don't think you can achieve kind of scientific conclusions like what's best to teach kids working from kind of a political starting point. So that's my ending point, I guess.
Yeah, I totally agree. Most things in life are messy, complicated, and it's a multivariate solution or problem, which have to have very complex solutions. So I totally agree. Yeah, thanks, Will. It's always nice talking to you, man.
Cool. Thanks for having me, gents.
Yes.
Pimping ain't easy, but Will makes it easy.
Well, we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we're not going to resolve the CRT issue in one conversation, but it's not going to happen.
Right. We'll do that, and then we'll free Tibet.
Yeah.
And then we'll fix the Israel-Palestine thing.
Yeah.
No problem.
It's all going to be good. It's all be good.
Pretty good little Saturday.
Yeah. I wonder if some people actually feel that way when they get online and they make some kind of post or something, and then they feel like they've done their justice for the morning. It's just I think people come from their places, but sometimes it feels that way. So things are so complicated, so messy. But it was good having those guys get in there and
for sure
and give their opinions. And I like hearing from all of you, and it's nice to kind of ideally we would be doing this in person over a few beers or something, but Zoom call it's fine.
Yeah, no, it works. I mean, it's beautiful that we can connect even though we're all in different spots. I mean, yeah, it's the magic of technology. It's great.
It's one of the great things. Okay, so let's switch gears here and talk about your other two pieces that you've written. One of the nice things about kind of we had been talking, and so you had told me that you were working on some stuff, and so when I saw everything and I read everything and it came out, I was like, I'm just going to wait and we're going to just do a nice long podcast instead of just doing like a bunch after. So for listeners out there where they're kind of like, wow, this is just a lot, Angel's been super busy writing some good stuff. So you wrote two pieces about your favorite, am I right on this, favorite superhero character?
Oh yeah. The only character
on Superman, and both of them were really good. So maybe I don't know which one I want to start with first. I guess let's just start with the first one. I guess you wrote because
let's do the race one.
Yeah, that will tie into what we were just talking about, I guess. So yeah, you wrote a piece about why Superman must be white, or what was the tagline?
No, does Superman have to be white?
Does he have to be white? That's right. Yeah. So yeah, just kind of give us your thesis or whatever.
Well, I mean, this conversation comes up every now and then. It's not a new thing, but it came up again because Warner Brothers hired Ta-Nehisi Coates to write the next Superman movie, and it was rumored at the time that I wrote the piece, but it's now confirmed that what they're going with is a quote unquote black Superman, and they want a quote unquote black director. And by the way, as much as I can, I put those racial category labels in scare quotes because I'm reading Racecraft by Barbara and Karen Fields, and I'm becoming more militantly anti-race. Yeah. Not just anti-racist, but anti-race as well.
Yeah.
So I'm joining the ranks of Camille Foster and Thomas Chatterton Williams in that we need to just get out of the skin game altogether. We need to stop this nonsense. It's, racecraft and witchcraft, phrenology. Like, I look at it the same way. Like, we're gonna look at somebody and we're gonna make these decisions, and we're gonna, based on their melanin content, we're gonna have these opinions. Like, that's like the equivalent to me of, I'm gonna feel your skull for bumps, and I'm gonna make determinations based on, like, it's the same level of nonsense to me. So but I can feel people squirming, and I can hear the rebuttals. I can hear the well, maybe you don't want to see yourself as brown, but the world is, and the world's going to treat you that way. And my response is this: I don't believe in God.
Right.
But I recognize that people believe in God. People walk around believing in God.
Right.
And they have their different religions. And I recognize that I live in a world largely shaped by belief in God and people who believe in God or believed in God. Right. And our systems and structures are informed by that perspective because people had it. And I can deal with that world, and I can try to fix it. I can try to correct things that I think are wrong about that world. And none of that behavior requires me to suddenly start believing in God or being religious, right? I can acknowledge it's a reality. I can acknowledge that it's a set of ideas people hold in their heads and that motivate them. But I don't have to play ball with the ideas. I can just deal with the after effects of the ideas. For me, race is the exact same thing. I recognize that racism is a real thing. I recognize that people believe in race and that informs behaviors and thoughts and ideas and policies and blah, blah, blah. And I can deal with all of that on their merits without accepting race as some kind of legitimate concept. For me, it's insane. It's a ridiculous concept that we need to stop pretending is real. And a lot of how we pretend it's real is inadvertent because it's just in our language. So it's just, we're so conditioned to say, like, oh, I'm a brown guy, you're a black guy, you're a white guy, right? Like, that's crazy. And we need to pay more attention to it and try to shift away from that sort of thing. Anyway, the reason this connects to the Superman thing is that, there were a few times when I was a kid, I got inklings of this thing of like, oh, we're going to make Superman look like you, and then you're going to like him more. Right? That was the kind of implication there of, we're going to change it so that it looks more like this type of person, and then that type of person will like it. And for me, it reminds me of, I don't know if I talked about this before, but it reminds me of, like, when I was a kid, my mom would just kind of shove me into the bedroom of some kid whose house we were visiting. And she would say, oh, look, he's 10 too. and then just leave us in the room. Like, that's all we needed to become friends, like, so I'm this shy, awkward kid, and my mom's just shoving me in there going like, hey, look, he's male and he's about your age. There you go. That's all you need, right? It's the same thing. It's like, oh, hey, we're gonna just change the skin of this thing, and suddenly you're gonna be
you're gonna love it.
It's gonna be
just because
it's
of that.
gonna be interesting to you, right? And to me, that's insulting to my intelligence. It's insulting to my sensibilities. And it's kind of gross and essentializing and tokenistic. And I don't like that. So I'm already going to be opposed to this notion of, like, we're going to change Superman's quote unquote race. And now he's going to be more interesting to
you. And now,
like,
black and brown people are going to be watching it now.
Yeah. And I mean, it comes from a place of, look, nobody, Superman's not interesting anymore. He's not relevant anymore. How do we make him relevant and interesting? Well, you make him relevant and interesting by writing it well, by making a compelling story. You don't just kind of, like, lean into, the crazy culture war bullshit that we're going through and change his skin, and suddenly it's going to be interesting. You still have all the work ahead of you. You still have to write a great story. You still have to make it compelling and interesting and well done, right? So there's that. And so, just initially, just that first thing is just like, why are you doing that? Right? That's so gross. Like, just the idea of it is gross. And I've been talking to a lot of people about it. I've gotten, where people are coming from. And for me, it boils down to there are two reasons for the why, right? Mm-hmm. Because it always boils down to why are you changing this in the first place, right? And it always boils down to two things. There's the narrative reason, which is a more interesting and kind of nuanced reason. And then there's the representation reason, which I kind of touched on already, right? Mm-hmm. The representation argument is, we need more characters that are representative of minority groups. And if we change Superman to be, quote unquote, black or brown rather than quote unquote white, it shows that, America could be, symbolized by a quote person of color, right? Mm-hmm. And I get the intention there, and I think it's true. Like, we should have more people that reflect the diversity of our world and our country and our society, right? Mm-hmm. But it's kind of a gross and lazy way of getting that, to just take stuff that exists and just make a quote unquote black version of it, mm-hmm. right? That's, again, it's kind of insulting to my intelligence. It's as though I'm not going to notice that you just kind of swapped skin, so that goes nowhere for me. That idea goes nowhere. The representation argument goes nowhere. And it's also that it's a shallow and kind of tokenistic view of what representation means, right? Mm-hmm. Representation matters, right? Our art and our media should reflect the diversity of our people, but we have to be careful not to oversimplify that concept, And in talking about this, a lot of people brought up interesting points. One of them was, this person who is quote unquote black. They said when we were talking about this that they would feel more kinship with a quote unquote white character in a movie or comic book or TV show or whatever that grew up poor than a quote unquote black character like them who didn't, mm-hmm. right? Because culture matters, human experience matters. The connections are deeper than that. And that's kind of my initial argument. It's just, you don't need to do that to make the connection. You need to make the connection in a more human way, in a narrative way, in an intellectual way, right? And so the other bit is just the narrative reason, right? It's that it would be interesting if we make Superman quote black, we have all this kind of narrative, all these narrative frontiers that we can explore, right? Because just think about it. This alien from another planet lands here. He's got godlike powers, but he presents as a black person in American society, a racialized society, right? So now we have this kind of dichotomy here where there's basically what amounts to a god in power mm-hmm. is still subjugated as a man because of the color of their skin and, as a result of people's thoughts about the color of their skin. And there's some interesting stuff to go through there. There's some interesting stories you can tell. I agree with all of that. I think that you undercut all that wonderful and interesting stuff by shoehorning it into a framework that already exists and already has certain expectations to it. And it's not like the expectations are racial. The expectations are narrative. Superman's story is an immigrant story. It's an orphan story, right? It's a story of, it's an embodiment of the ideals of America, right? That's what's going on in the undercurrent of this character. It's not a story about race. When you take it and make it about race, it could be interesting. It could be cool, right? And you can do it. Go for it if you want. But I think you undercut your own idea. You limit yourself because Superman is an existing framework, and you're either going to make the framework unrecognizable in order to do what you're trying to do narratively, mm-hmm. or you're going to have to limit the potential of what you're narratively doing by maintaining the things that make Superman at least a little bit enough so that people go, oh, that's Superman, but it's different. Mm-hmm. So all that stuff is just to say, like, you're better off creating a new character or taking a character that is already in that sort of zone and working with that. And then great, we have more characters. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. Let's make more characters. Like, my whole thing is create, do not co-opt. Don't just take Superman and change him for the sake of your, political agenda. That's gross. And for this narrative agenda, you're kind of killing the narrative agenda. You're making it worse as an idea. And then there's just, the last point I'll make. I know I've been going, but the last point I'll just make is, the whole thing of race in the first place is crazy. I never cared that Superman was white. It never mattered to me. Like, I never saw it and thought, oh man, he doesn't look like me, so I can't like him. Like, no, I love Superman. I love that character. I feel for that character. I identify with the character. I connect with it. It resonates with me on a deep level. And it's because the skin color is nonsense, right? But the reason why changing him makes no sense is all of what I just said, but also he's particular in that way, in that, he doesn't wear a mask. And part of the character design is like how he looks, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he's got this like chiseled jaw, and like he's got this sort of build, and not, you can't just draw anybody in that suit without, it'll look clunky and weird, right? Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing for the actors who play the character, right? They have to look a certain way, right? So people say like, oh, we only let white people play Superman, right? But not all white people can play Superman. It's not like you could just take any white dude. Like, you could just go to Sweden and just pick a guy out and then plop him into that suit and it's going to work, right? No, it's a very, very specific look.
Yeah.
And it's just Superman's look. And the last thing that I'll say is what I point out in the piece is just, I don't care where that person's from. They could be from Nigeria. I don't care. If they look like Superman, they can play Superman. They just have to look like Superman, right? That jaw, that brow, that build, right? The hair, like, it's got to be that look, because that's part of the thing. So as you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about this.
No, it's great, man. I love it. I love it. No, it's great.
And irritated when social justice type stuff starts seeping into the things I love.
Yeah. Before I give my response, I'll just note here that Stephen Clouse is in the chat. Stephen, welcome.
Hi guys.
It's good to have
see you again.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, man. Well, I know that when I was talking with Angel about doing this podcast today, I said, it'd be really cool to get a few people on, and we've had a few people already. And for this bit, I've been wanting to talk to you again, Stephen, for a long time. And so for listeners, Stephen was on my podcast, I don't remember, I think 11 or 13 or somewhere around there. And we talked for a couple hours about political theory and political philosophy and all that. And, for at least in my world, Stephen is the person I go to when I want to talk about Aristotle and the Greeks. And so his newly minted PhD in political theory. And so, but one of the things in that conversation that we talked about was how much of your interest or ideas in studying those things was to try and almost map it onto how we understand superheroes. And there's a big passion and interest for that. So I thought it would be really cool to kind of talk about it here, the three of us, on a bigger scale. So there's all the points that Angel was just making about the race bit, which, I agree with, probably 100% of what Angel just said. And I don't have as much of a frustration, only just because I'm not, I like Superman. I think he's a great character. I think he's the archetype of Mithras, Jesus, etc. And that's a cool character, but, but it's not my favorite. I'm actually not a huge, I don't have an alliance with one or the other. Star Wars is my world, so I get upset when they come for Star Wars, which they have in their own way, and that makes me upset. But I can empathize with your irritation. So I know that you guys have. I know Angel's been on your podcast, Stephen. So I don't want to rehash too many things. So, but I do want to just say, hearing what Angel was saying again about the race bit and about Superman and all that stuff, where do you, just generally, where do your thoughts land on some of that elements, and what do you think about it?
So how much time do we have here?
As much time as you want. As much time as you want.
So as I was listening, I think I have three separate but interrelated God, I hope at the end they're interrelated points on this.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, the race question is, I hate saying it's interesting because I actually find the topic to be increasingly boring, because it is a fixation that people have that almost provides nothing that is, I don't want to say new, that is insightful. That is very rarely does it provide any kind of better understanding about the human condition.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say that one up front, but I was thinking about the idea of representation and what does that mean? And I was thinking about the Greeks, as I'm wont to do. And Xenophanes is one of the people who we don't have much from anymore. These are little fragments. But he's one of the people, he's not the only one, so this isn't going to be a new trope, but one of the people who sort of argues, and Pythagoras picks this up, that, if triangles had gods, they would be triangles. In Xenophanes, if horses had gods, they'd be horse gods. Mm-hmm. And so we're all sort of familiar with the idea, and it seems very much like that's where our conversations of representation sort of end. The gods need to look like me, which makes sense. We like to anthropomorphize basically everything. And it's in essence to make it relatable to us. Why else do we give pets names and stuff like that? It's mine to give an identity. It's my thing, separates it from everything else. And now I'm going to see it as part of myself, and all these things with the images and symbols, we're going to do the same thing. What's so interesting about that here is this desire to map on these themes of representation to characters who already served that purpose. Like Superman is Moses, but he can shoot lasers, right? like that's who the character is. And the fact that he morphs from being Moses into Jesus is interesting on its own, because those are different types of heroes. Moses doesn't get to see the promised land. He doesn't, he's always in the never-ending struggle, I think is what Clark calls it. That they're always going to be there, but you never get to the end, where Christ dies and comes back and ascends into heaven and rules for eternity. Very different character structures. And yet Superman, somehow we've made map into both of those. One's very much a Jewish character, or Jewish, from Jewish tradition. And then the other one is sort of Judaism 2.0, because the Christian version of it. and now we have these debates. I think Superman's a good example, but there are a lot of them that are like this. Where we're trying to map on certain types of, I don't want to say maps of meaning, but with certain types of, or archetypes of structures, these kinds of things, on pre-existing themes and structures that don't do a one-to-one. And that isn't to say it can't be done. Superman does it. But it is to say that you can't force resonance. And I think that's what the biggest issue here is. You should be feeling this way. Well, anybody who's ever written anything ever, if the author is saying, feel like this, you ain't feeling like that. They've failed in their task, right? Their task is to elicit the emotion out of you, not tell you how you're supposed to be feeling in a given situation. And that strikes me so much of what's going on here. It isn't, and I like a lot of what Angel was saying there about the need for art and these kinds of things, but at its bedrock, the psychology I think that's at play here is very much one of that they don't particularly understand what makes these myths and these structures resonate, and because they don't, it's sort of the studioification of all of this stuff. And I was talking to my wife about this last night, and she was grumbling about corporate lingo and how much so many of the people she interacts with are very much, I don't want to say obsessed, but deeply driven by making sure the language is right. And I went, that it sounds familiar to me. I've heard people get upset about this, and they think as long as I get the language right, everything else will follow. And it seems very much the same way here, that if we can just get the color wheel to be represented in the 7, right, in the Justice League or whatever, and we just map it on, and we get 13% of it is black and 18% of it is Latino and 50.1% of it is female, then we got it. It's like, guys, you don't understand anything about what makes these characters interesting, why they've endured for nearly a century. It has almost nothing to do with the fact that Superman is created by, Jewish immigrants, telling, in essence, what is a Jewish immigrant story that just happens to resonate with the myth that America tells of itself. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of the first thing. But I think that this ties into, Angel, the first thing you were saying about religion and the patterns of religion and not being a religious believer, recognizing that it exists and that you have to sort of navigate a landscape that has been built with religious belief. And I think here is where I tend to, I don't want to say push back, because that's not exactly what I'm going to do. It's more of, I think it's more difficult to navigate those terrains than we want to recognize with abandoning those religious sentiments. I take for example on this, the idea that that there's a universal humanism or a universal humanity, and that everyone is equal relative to everyone else. You get some of this in Stoicism, sort of, but it's pretty abstract. The notion that you have to actively care for someone else and that you show, sort of your equality of humanity through loving and caring for others, that doesn't just emerge, that has a particular tradition and a particular, religious structure that I think is we are attempting to navigate a way to abandon that religious architecture, but preserve the values. Nietzsche noticed this at the end of the 19th century and basically says, if you kill God, you kill God's morality. And we've been really trying to wrestle with, how do we find, you get a lot of Darwinians that are trying to do this. I think Jordan Peterson tries to do some of this, God help him, that if I can just find an evolutionary foundation for universal brotherhood, then we can jump the religion boat and we can be good and we can be secular and rational. The problem is evolution doesn't really have an end. It's not teleological. It's just random. So you can have some patterns that work sometimes, and then you have other patterns that don't. And is there evidence that cooperation may be beneficial? To a point, right? But it's only to a point. Does it rise to the level of the Superman mythos, where he basically has to abandon any hope of having a happy, quiet, private life, because he, in essence, is a global savior, and he has to be willing to die at a moment's notice for whatever threat that may come to him. I don't. So that's the other issue, is sort of this religious architecture. I don't know how much we can abandon it, even if amongst smart secular types really want to. I don't know how far we can push that under the auspice of cosmopolitanism, liberalism, this kind of stuff. And then sort of the third point, tie it all in together, it may be that this drive to cosmopolitanism, to this universal humanism, these kinds of things, actually may be cutting the feet out from under us, because it may be that citizenship and patriotism is the best thing we can sort of inculcate as a mass identity. Getting people to identify purely as human may be beyond our ability, for the same reason that we give names to dogs. How do I own it? How is it mine? You know what I mean? Wherein it's my country, these are my people, as to saying, we are one people, or, we are one humanity or something. You've already lost the I in the we. So how do you have ownership in this? So I think those three things, I hope those are interconnected to anybody who's listening. They were in my mind. So.
No, it's good stuff.
Yeah, no, it's great. I like it. I was just going to say one on the second point, that about removing the religious architecture with some kind of surrogate for some type of secular humanism or cosmopolitanism. I think this is the problem, because if you many times with narrative in particular, if you're removing author's intention, now you can dress it up in different ways and have reimagined versions of it, but if you're moving too far from the author's intention, then it's not that thing anymore. And I think that that's the problem, is that you're right. Look, you can make Superman black, you can make him Asian, you can make him whatever. It doesn't really matter. If the narrative of it is moving too far away from the, you know, what the staple of the story is, it's not going to work, or it will work less effectively. And people see that. I think people know that, and then it's not Superman anymore, which goes back to Angel's first point is, well, just make another fucking superhero story. Like, it doesn't need to be on this overlay of this story, right? Because it's insulting, it's infantilizing, it's looking down on you know, black folk or brown folk and saying, like, you can't identify with this if it's not doesn't look exactly like that. And as we see with Black Panther is obviously the biggest example, but you see this in other ones too. You can do those superhero stories if the narrative is good, I think. Because I think story for me, and I think for a lot of people I talk to, is what drives people. If the story sucks, if character development sucks, people don't like it. You could be all the checked boxes you want, you know, 50% women, the things that you were listing, Steve. It doesn't matter. If the story sucks, no one's going to like it. It could be as woke as you want it to be. It could be as equitable as you want it to be. But if the narrative isn't there, it's not there. And so I think that that's part of that issue is, like, you can make those stories. You can make those stories about, and you could have, like what Angel was saying, all of these like added kinds of sub narratives and some of these themes that you could talk about. Like, there's so much of that, but you just create new stories. And that's the whole point, right? Like, you know, it's the whole Joseph Campbell thing, right? There's only 6 stories anyways. Like, it doesn't really matter, right? But it's like, at least you could do that. So that's kind of what I was extracting a little bit on the second point. Angel, did you want to say anything about some of the stuff?
Yeah. Oh no, he said a lot of great stuff. I think, you know, just go back to 1938, right? Give it a couple of years. Let's go back to 1940. Right? Why did Superman resonate? Is it because these little kids buying comic books are like, oh wow, he looks like me? No, it's because the story was cool and fun. And there was something happening in there, you know. Siegel and Schuster found something that connected and that could be teased out and developed and
during
nurtured
the Holocaust and World War II and the whole thing that was going on in the world. I mean, it was representative of the time.
Sure, yeah. But you know, nobody was looking at this and saying like, "Wow, this guy has the same skin as me, so I'm gonna like this." You know, that's not why Superman resonated with anybody. That's ridiculous, right? And you know that because people like me exist, that it totally resonated with me. And skin was the last thing, or race was the last thing on my mind. All I cared about was, I love this. I love this character. I love this person. You know, this person, there's something about it. I want to be like this person, you know? And for people to flatten it to, I want to look like this person, or this person must look like me in order for us to be connected or for me to resonate. You're losing so much of what was beautiful about it that made it last almost a century, you know? But it's interesting getting to some of what Steve just said. You said a lot, so I'm trying to keep track here.
Yeah, I did.
But I largely agree with you. I think with the religion question, you know, it's my understanding that, you know, we kind of have, you know, the cart before the horse a little bit in when we talk about, you know, like, well, if we get rid of religion, people won't have, you know, this structure, this kind of, you know, higher thing that we need in order to function properly, morally speaking and stuff. But like, it's not like the religions that we're trying to, you know, argue about and, you know, get rid of, you know, so to speak, today are the only ones, right? There were ones before them, and then before them there were other things, and before them there were other philosophies and other ways of looking at the world. And I feel like, you know, if you kill God, you kill God's morality. Maybe you kill that God's morality, but you don't kill morality, because morality preceded all these religious beliefs and all these things. I think that there is an innate sort of function, or there's an innate kind of origin to so much of our morality, right? So I wrote a piece about this. It's about selfishness, and it's about how we kind of have our definitions backwards, because a selfless act in the sense that you are acting without concern for your own self-interest that's bad, because you know that to my mind means things that you do that are immoral. That's selfless, because you are not looking out for your best interests. Because selfishness, a concern for your own self-interest, when taken to, you know, what I think is its logical conclusion, is a concern for the well-being of others, because you understand that fundamentally we are in this together and we need each other to thrive, right? And that all our moral precepts are kind of predicated on our self-interest, right? It's, here's the moral core. It's, you don't kill me, I won't kill you. You don't steal from me, I won't steal from you. We're just going to agree on this. And now I don't have to worry about getting murdered or stolen from, right? It seems to me that they all kind of boil down to this self-interest principle. And the problem with selfishness isn't a concern for one's own self-interest. The problem with selfishness, as we generally talk about it, is myopia. It's the fact that people don't go far enough. They're not selfish enough. They don't recognize that the long game is the game that they should be playing. And that's where all our problems come from. So, you know, I think that there's definitely truth to the fact that, you know, if you remove this religious framework, you're leaving gaps that need to be filled with something. But I'm of the opinion that we can fill those gaps with something, and that something isn't nonsense. That something isn't just, you know, a placeholder. It's actually a more robust and more powerful and more, you know, empirically correct kind of interpretation of just reality. I mean, we are all human beings. We do kind of fundamentally all want the same things. And we do kind of have fundamentally the same wiring that kind of propels us in a similar direction, even though we might take different routes to get there. And we are just, you know, if you want to get really cosmic, we are stardust. We all are just kind of manifestations of the cosmos, and we are conscious, and that's amazing and mysterious and beautiful, and who knows where it comes from and all that stuff. I mean, all of that is completely in line with all our scientific knowledge to date. And I can't think of a more numinous and kind of unifying and beautiful concept than that. It's way better than, you know, Invisible Man in the Sky doesn't want you to jerk off. You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely agree. I'll just say one thing about the religious piece, that typically, you know, if you take from I would say evolutionary, but also anthropological perspective, much of the good theories that are out there about why religions formed and why they persist, and why we probably can't we can't get around that, because we'll just create new ones, which is what I think we have at the moment. Right. We just find that we're social, and so the biggest piece of religious belief or alignment is that it provides a sense of community, and it provides a sense of cooperation, and it does it in such a powerfully effective way. And we are thousands of years now of hardwired that way, where it would be pretty spectacular if we don't have some form of that. Now, of course, at the individual level, there are people that can do that, right? I'm fine with that.
Well, that's just it, though.
Other people can do that, but we're always going to need some piece of that.
Of course. How it is. But that's just it. I mean, you just pointed to what the core mechanisms are that we need, right? We need community. We need a sense of purpose, right? Those things are fine. There's nothing wrong with those. We have better answers. Like the way that I say it sometimes is like, you know, being religious in the traditional sense in 2021 is like running Windows 95 on your 2021 MacBook, right? Like, I guess you could figure out a way to do that works for you, and if you like it, I guess fine. But like, there's way better ways to do that and to get the things you want without all the bugs and outdated, you know, software and just clunky OS, right? It's just a way better way to do it. And I think that those things exist. Like, we can create community. We can create a sense of passion, a sense of meaning, and a real reason for cooperation without predicating it on nonsense.
Yeah, well, you can take out the dogma and the doctrine, but it is like what Nietzsche's point was that the reason he didn't like values, or he wanted a reevaluation of all values, is that it wasn't really about the morals. The morals are the kind of signal, right? What everyone's talking about is what's behind the morals, your valuation system, your intentionality. Right. That's what people are really asking. So I think it's the same way. Religion is a type of smokescreen, if you will. It's a structure. But what you really want is the stuff you get out of it, which is cooperation, is community, some positive, which I like as well, that it's a sense of evolved self-denial. We need a system to say, how do I not panic, knowing with theory of mind that I'm going to die? As far as we know, most animals don't really recognize that in the same way we do. So how do we still live life without this like crippling anxiety of knowing we're going to die at any moment? So we build a system to say, there's a God and he's got it together and we're going to live for eternity and all these things. And there's this way of this self-denial, which we do already. That's one other way that's been theorized. So you get all of that stuff and you put it, all those ingredients, if you will, or the things behind it in a structure that you see this in other tribes as well. They have other ideas, kind of what you were saying. There's other people that have done this before, Christianity or Judaism or any of the major religions from, Mesopotamia. You have other ideas of doing this. If you go to other tribes, they have other ways of thinking about this. And it's all same. It's to keep things in line. It's to keep things cooperative. It's to keep things in a rhythm. And so I think, yes, you can do it without a religion in the true sense in what we're meaning. But whatever we replace it with is going to have a quasi-religious structure to it, right? Whatever that may be, our politics, whether it's our certain social groups or our tribes or our teams. There's always, the religion is the structure. And all you can do is you can say, well, that's a shit structure. So we'll just create a new one that has less of the garbage in it, right? Less of the doctrine, less of the dogma. But we always are going to make some structure. And again, I think that's kind of endogenous to how we are as humans, try to make order out of things. And so I think that's a part of it. Say, Steve, what do you want to say? Jump in here.
Yeah. So I'm not quite as Pollyannish as you guys seem to be. I think I'm a bit more skeptical. Well,
no one's ever told me or Angel that we're Pollyannish. That's the first time I've heard that.
I'm if you remember how Zarathustra ends, he it's a big warning about that the great people of the world are going to get together and create this new religion to replace the old one. And it's the ass festival. And which I'm pretty sure is supposed to be, tremendously tongue in cheek, but also incredibly serious, right?
Is that like Burning Man?
That's his style. That's his style. Is like, he's serious about. I mean, Nietzsche was pretty prophetic. He's serious about where it could end or where it could lead, and then also saying it in a really sarcastic way.
Right. Yeah. I mean, something perhaps uniquely German there, but there is something. So I do want to again ground this back in the Greeks for a second, because it's useful. It's more useful to actually think about it in terms of Rome, because Rome means two things. Rome is the Roman Empire and it's the church. So it's useful to think about it. One became the other one. Their concept of religion was bound to their state. They didn't have separation of church and state. This is why Socrates can be executed by the state for impiety. That to us, the idea of someone being executed for blasphemy laws today is it is so vile to us that it causes such a visceral reaction that you can see the most dovish people on the planet turn into Donald Rumsfeld. Like they can't take it, because that notion that individuals shouldn't be secondary to the demands of the state is so embedded within us that the entire principle of blasphemy laws or anything like this is so repugnant that we can't think of a world where that makes sense. And yet that's far more the norm. It is the way that we live is very not normal. Really not normal.
You can get on a plane and go right to that world right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, even just thinking about that, you get on basically what is a really advanced catapult that launches your ass into the sky in a metal tube and then safely lands. Like, this is ridiculous. This is nuts. But even escaping that, the notion that your life wasn't dependent upon the capriciousness of God's, this is so new, we have it written down. Like that's how new these ideas are. I think that the bigger issue here, in sort of reflecting in general, and I think this is also sort of what Nietzsche sees, and also where perhaps the usefulness that his children provide to us, if there is one, is that by shifting from sort of the Christian, and I think that's exactly when we're talking about religion, I think that's what we're talking about, at least in Western cultures, is the Christian model of what the universe looks like. And by that, we don't really mean modern Christianity, like, prosperity preachers and this kind of stuff. We mean the medieval period where everybody has their rank, what your responsibilities are. God has given this to you, this is where you're sort of entrenched. Modern people don't like organized religion because modern people have a prejudice sort of against organizations, I think. That's sort of our democratic impulse. You're not going to tell me what to do. You can go to hell. But when we're really arguing against sort of the Christian model of, the universe is structured like this and everything follows, and it's this very bad reading of Aristotle, that what we're saying when we replace this, when modern science replaces Aristotelian or the neo-Aristotelian science, and you get, Bacon and you get all the rest of this stuff, the argument basically is we're not just inverting the older system, we're rejecting it, and we're replacing some of these fundamental principles with new ones. But they didn't really do that very well. Like the principle of toleration is something we so much take for granted. But it is, in a certain sense, and this sounds very unusual, it is not completely alien to Christian or Jewish, and to some degree Islam. Doctrine depends on the way you're interpreting it. There are justifications for these kinds of things in those texts all over the place. Now, does that mean the adherents followed them? No, but we can't have, the idea that today we're scientifically minded and we can't get people to go get vaccinated. Like there's always going to be breaks in adherence. We don't have, it's just human nature to be stubborn and foolish. But the sort of the larger point on this is like the modern liberal project emerges out of Christianity. It doesn't emerge out of anything else, right? We don't see 15 different enlightenments taking root. The ideas spring up, right? It's not that the ideas are unique to Christendom and Western Europe. The ideas may be universal, but the fact that they took hold and have come to define the entire culture, this is the only places that's happened. Same with the principle of democracy. It's not like the ideas didn't exist elsewhere. It only really took root in like 6 places, and they're all in Europe. And then through colonialism, through the expansion of Europe, in the country we all inhabit. So the idea that religion and abandoning it, particularly Christianity, again, that's what we really want to talk about, because already, I don't want to call it whitewashing because people get pissed about that. We are we are departicularizing it when we talk, right, when we talk about the category here. And I think Nietzsche is also in some ways doing the same thing. And this is a big problem for people to wrestle with, because how do you exist in a culture which is predicated upon toleration, and what's the highest form of toleration is religious pluralism? How do you exist in that and then think your religion can be true? Right? It seems to be a complete contradiction. It can't be possible. And so this leads someone like Michael Sandel, who's one of the contemporary political philosophers who has been a major influence in the way that I think. Liberalism really has to deal with this by taking one of 2 tracks. You either have to give sort of like absolute liberty of conscience, so you can live according to your religious edicts as you see fit, and we're not going to go in and monkey around with those, to the least extent possible. Or religion is just like a pizza topping. Like it's freedom of choice. There's no difference. Proclaiming a religious belief is like having any other preference. There's nothing actually intrinsically useful or beneficial to it. I tend to think that the people more on the left side of spectrum, or used to be on the left side of the spectrum, fall more into that category, the choice category, where traditionalists actually tend not to think about this in this way at all. But if they do, they tend to be on the conscience side. I think when you're going to put, sort of the rubber to road, I don't know where liberals are supposed to fall on this. And I think that would include sort of all of us that are talking, here, and perhaps a lot of people who are listening. What is supposed to take dominance? Is your individualism just mere preference? And so the real thing that's important here is the way in which your preferences fit comfortably with everybody else's preferences. Or is it a kind of absolute respect for your individual autonomy and ability to choose for yourself the way you think your life should be led? And the highest way one can do that, at least in this consideration, is what does the creator of the universe tell you you have to do? Or if there isn't one, what are you forced to do? And so I think here, when we're talking about the religion question, and particularly we're dealing with a culture that's sort of going into post-Christianity, I really think that that's the major problem. And I think Nietzsche saw it. We're going to replace our dogmas with ass festivals, and we've probably done that 3 or 4 times over the last century. We may be going through another one right now.
We're doing one right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, we absolutely are doing that right now.
And
politics is the ass festival, for sure.
But the bigger problem that he sees on that insight is it's the wise people that are doing this. I mean, he's literally like, the university professors are the ones that are going to do this stuff to you guys. Like, it isn't going to come from your illiterate warlord peasant that comes out of Saudi Arabia or whatever, or some sort of backwoods Palestinian carpenter. Like, that's not where it's going to come from. It's going to come from the people that think they know better than you, and they're going to tell you how to live your life. Well, a liberal's response on this is going to be, and I'm going to use the scientific phrase on this, you can go fuck yourself, right?
That's right.
We're not going to do this.
Yeah.
But we still have the morality problem. So I think, Xavier, what you're pointing to is right. The scientific approach on this, I think, begs the question too often, because science itself is built on the notion of toleration, of liberal toleration. So by using a scientific framework, we're actually sort of backdooring in the entire liberal system as we do these kinds of analyses. Like, I think that's what, if postmodernism gives us something useful, it's that. What are the systems that are operating behind your methods or behind your schemas? And I think here, ultimately, secularized liberalism it kind of looks like it's like a milquetoast form of Christianity. Sort of like Taco Bell is a milquetoast form of street food, right?
It's true.
I think that's really interesting, and I think I don't have a problem with modern, liberalism being a kind of distillation of Christianity. I think that's fine. I think, usually when I'm presented with a dichotomy, my reaction based on my experience is, okay, the answer is probably that it's a little bit of both. The answer is probably in the middle somewhere, some combination of this. And I think that there's something to be said for the utility and the necessity of religious frameworks. But there's also something to be said about the limitations of those frameworks and the potential conflicts that those frameworks necessitate, right? So I think the solution is to kind of zoom in a lot and also zoom out a lot, kind of simultaneously, right? So we should zoom in and recognize what are the cornerstones, what are the needs that are being fulfilled by these structures, right? And then recognize that those needs need to be fulfilled still, right? Because we're humans, we have those needs. But then zooming out, we recognize, we have this pluralistic society. We have to have religious pluralism because these religions are mutually incompatible in many, many ways. But we're trying not to kill each other and ourselves. And we need to kind of stay alive and keep going and cooperate. So that indicates to me that we need some kind of higher ideal, some higher value that has to supersede anyone's individual religion. So it has to be like a pizza topping in a way, because there's just no other, if we just let it, then, my religion contradicts with your religion. We're going to have to fight this out and it's going to suck, right? It's going to end up being like a religious supremacy thing. Like whoever's the better warlord is going to win. We can't have that. We already know what that's like. It's been done. We recognize it as largely unpleasant. So we're trying to do something different here. And that's the thing is, yeah, we have to kind of recognize the limitations of those frameworks and try to find ways to take what is needed and what those frameworks are fulfilling and give them new solutions. And so it kind of ties into my other piece about Superman, which is, Superman, he's Jesus without the mess, right? So in my view, he's an improvement on the previous framework, right? So I actually really agree that Superman is much more like Moses than Jesus. And I hate all the heavy-handed Jesus imagery in Superman media. Like, it's really, really bad and corny.
Snyder,
like,
come on, man.
Yeah, like you literally have Henry Cavill sitting in front of a stained glass window of, Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, I think.
Yeah.
Right before he's taken. And it just so happens that this scene is happening right before Superman, gives himself in to the authorities because, whatever. So it's super heavy-handed. It doesn't need to be that way. And it actually undercuts, in my view, all the ways that Superman is an improvement upon the Jesus character or the function of what Jesus is, right? To me, Superman served that function, right? Superman was the moral model. He was the moral ideal. And it's what I aspired to be and what I aspire to be right now. Like, I think in my head, what would Superman do? I really do think that, because Superman as a character, he's in the hands of many creatives and whatnot, but he always does the right thing, right? Even when it's hard. And he's fundamentally just kind of hardwired to help. Like, all he wants to do is help. He just wants to do what he can to help. And, kind of like what Stephen was talking about earlier about, he has this kind of self-sacrificing sort of nature to him. He has to kind of just be ready to sacrifice himself for the world at a moment's notice. It's kind of his job, right? But I talked with Stephen about this on his podcast, that I think that if Clark Kent from Smallville, who is Kal-El, this Kryptonian, immigrant, if he had no powers, if he was just an alien that crash landed and was adopted by the Kents and was just living his life as a normal person because he can't fly and he can't shoot lasers, he would still be trying to help. He would still be doing whatever was in his power to do good and to save people and to help people and make the world better, because it's just who he is. Now, what's great about him is that he can fly and shoot lasers and do all these things. So now we can exponentially kind of scale that capacity for helping and doing good, right? But that's just the fun part. Fundamentally, it's that he's this person who does good. So I can do that. I can, return a wallet when I find it on the street, right? I can choose to be honest and faithful to people when I interact with them. I can choose to do the right thing. I can choose to fess up when I make a mistake, or when I, turn myself in if I commit a crime, whatever it is, right? I can choose to do those things. That is being Superman, in my view. And that is taking the place of this moral framework of Christianity that I grew up with, right? And never quite resonated with me in the same way. Didn't work. There was a lot of fear in my version of it. People get upset when I say that, but my version of it, there was a lot of fear. There was a lot of, Big Brother is watching. You should be terrified. The consequences are really fucking serious. It's going to hurt. It's going to suck. It's going to burn, forever. Mm-hmm. So, the stakes were pretty high for a little kid. And church terrified me. Priests creeped me out. And it never resonated. But Superman totally did. And when I saw Christopher Reeve tell Lois Lane, in the movie, when I saw him playing Superman and he tells Lois Lane, "I never lie," I thought, okay, I'm not going to lie anymore. I literally did, right? And when Superman said, statistically speaking, flying is still the safest way to travel, I thought, wow, cool, I'm not afraid of airplanes anymore. He became a moral authority, and he became a kind of parental figure that exists in this ethereal way that is so much better than, someone that we have to argue about or pretend is real, and actually walked on water and actually died and came back and all that shit. We know Superman's not real. We know it's just a dude, and we know it's just wires, or we know it's just, scribbles on a page. but the story connects, and the story is still there, and the response to that story still has the effects, and we don't have to kill each other. We don't have to fight over it, right? I don't have to impose Superman on others, right? I can just take it and run with it, and it's beautiful. So in that way, I think it's that's kind of a microcosm and a microcosmic sort of proof that we can take these needs and fulfill them in better ways that don't have all the side effects that we've been dealing with for millennia now.
I have that's all great. And I remember, reading a lot of that in your piece, and I was just like, yeah, I totally get that. And I like the conceptualization there. I have 2 points that I wanted to bring up, and I'm curious to hear Steve's thoughts on this as well. Is the first point, when we were both talking back a little bit about the religious stuff and, how it's kind of the liberals' milquetoast version of it and all these things like that. Maybe that's it, right? Maybe that's it. The reason why, quote unquote, woke liberals want to do the black Superman or make race central is because that's a part of their dogma. That's a part of their doctrine. So they're pushing this up. And I mean, again, I follow McWhorter on this. It is a quasi-religious alignment there, where it's like, okay, well, these are our symbols now. So our symbol is, I'm not going to say like black supremacy or something, but that we need to have a black superhero, and it needs to be the one that was white, because we need to change that systemic, oppressive, white supremacy kind of mindset in this country, et cetera. It can't be just, we create a new one. We got to replace this one because of how it's perpetuated all of these themes and how it hasn't represented everybody. And like that, you could do the arguments. And again, I'm doing my very best to Starman here, but you could do you could make the arguments here about all of that. And I maybe some people on the logical piece of it would say, yeah, sure, we can make new stories, but we don't want to have the story that was perpetuating, according to them, all of these horrible dogmas. And therefore, this, race is one of their primary doctrines, right? It is supreme for them in many ways. And we need to elevate people of color, and we need to do all these things. And so the replacement of that's why it's so important. And that's why it has to be for that. It can't just be, you got the token superhero with Black Panther and everyone's happy. It's like, no. We need to have all of these to either be fill in the blank, because we're tired of that always dominating all these things. So that, I don't know how you guys think about that. And then the second point, before I forget, you were talking all about this kind of archetype or mold of what Superman is and the good and all that. And I wonder, I'm sure Steve has thoughts on this or has some ideas about this. How do you understand? Because you were saying a good point, Angel, about if he can't shoot lasers and he's not super strong and he can't fly, he would still be good. That's innate to him. That's endogenous to him. And I wonder. So we understand the kind of Moses archetype, the Jesus archetype. But kind of going with what you're saying there is it conceptually, maybe Superman with or without the powers has the type of Aristotle good, right? Maybe that's where that's coming from, right? Because I like Aristotle's right about how he defines the good and what that looks like. And I wonder, Steve's thoughts on that piece as well. So.
Yeah, well, I think I'll quickly jump in, Steve, but I definitely want to hear what you say about that. Well, I think something that's heavily emphasized in the Superman story is that he was raised by the Kents, and that's where that morality comes from, those values, because it's part of the American idealism sort of thing, and it's just he was raised in the American heartland, and he was raised with those values, and that's part of the reason he's so good, and that's part of the reason he has this compulsion, right? But there's also the innate kind of thing to it, which is interesting, that I think it plays out really interestingly in a kind of alternate universe Superman story called Red Sun, where basically it's the same deal, except Superman's Kal-El's rocket lands in the Soviet Union instead of the Heartland, right? And what happens? He still becomes Superman in a sense, but his methods are different, right? He's much more kind of totalitarian, but his motives are still exactly the same. His motives are still, I'm trying to save people and help people. But in this version, he's just like, so I'm going to force you to behave the way I know is best for you, right? Because it's coming from this sort of, other side of the spectrum. But what's interesting about it is that he's still Superman. He's still at his core this person who is trying to use his powers to help humanity and save the world and keep people safe and all that sort of stuff. But I think both things are important. I think it's cool to explore these things and to see, how much of it is innate, how much of, if Superman, if he landed in Florida, would he still be the same guy, right? Maybe he would, but maybe he'd have like, right? But like, I think it's nature nurture kind of the balancing act, right? As usual, which is interesting. We can play with that stuff, but I don't think any of that has any bearing on the character as a moral model, right? Because whether he's innately good like that and he would help out even if he was, not only just not depowered, but let's say he was, in a wheelchair, like he's now has a disability, he would still have that compulsion to try to do something to help, right? Fine. Maybe it's 100% innate, or maybe it's 100% nurture, right? Doesn't matter. He's still a great model that we can follow. And it's like, hey, do that, be that. That's good. And we can use it to encourage people to be more like that, whether it's innate or not. So, but yeah, go ahead, Stephen. I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, what you're pointing to, I think, is interesting because I'm sitting here writing all these chicken scratches to myself so I don't forget this. So I want to do the Aristotle piece first, and then I want to tackle those other things you asked, Xavier, because I got God be with us. So the Aristotle good one is an interesting one because I think before we can even move beyond that, what do we mean by the good in Aristotle?
Yes, how I understand it, or how because I mean you're way more versed in this than I am.
Well, no, I think well, yeah. How do you understand it? How do you think other people understand it? And then I'll tackle the next part.
Oh, I can't say how other people understand it. I think we talked about this in our previous conversation. If memory serves, I usually see the good from Aristotle as, I don't want to say synonymous because it's more than that, right? And I'm so fuzzy on the Greek here, but as some type of aspiration of well-being is how I usually see it. Now that might not be entirely accurate, and I don't know how other people view it, but because I know he spends time explaining, all the different nuances of it and what it is and things like that. But and I don't see well-being in terms of health per se, like physical health, although that may be included. I see it more in terms of like there's like a humanitarian kind of aspect of like, what is the overarching well-being that we aim for in many aspects or avenues of, our society and our interpersonal skills with others. But so how's your reading of it?
Well, I think that there are parts of that I really like that, or at least I think I think have evidence for in the text. Mm-hmm. One of the things that I don't think is in Aristotle, and I think this is our Christianity coming back to us again. Mm-hmm. There isn't a notion of you're good. There is the good, right? Right. You can participate in it, but it's not idiosyncratic. Mm-hmm. you'll hear people like Ben Shapiro tries to do this in his book, and it's like, Ben, stop this, man. It's just not there. But you know, whatever, God be with him. And so I think that that's right, that it is going toward, the Greek word is eudaimonia.
That's right.
It gets translated as happiness. Some people call it flourishing, well-being. It's one of those words that's really hard to translate. And it breaks down into, literally the word means like the good small thing from heaven, from the small deity. It's a really clunky, very clunky word to translate into English. But yeah, in essence, what we could say is what is this? If we were to create an ideal of what human life should have in it, and the things that what should an ideal human being do when presented with situations, that's what they're aiming at. And so they're always going to be trying to engage in the acts that achieve the highest form of goodness for them. I don't like using the word happiness because we have tainted that word a lot, because basically it just means anything that kind of makes you feel good. And Aristotle takes that up directly, and he refers to that as a life of a fatted cow. So you know he liked it. But even in emotional theory research, we understand that our taxonomy of how we understand emotions is ever evolving, and so many times we can look at these types of clusters in terms of like as an umbrella term. So you can think of contentment and happiness and elation. They're all getting at the same subjective experience, right? We have different kinds of emotions to qualify for them, but it doesn't mean that they're distinct enough to be separate, that they're all kind of under the same umbrella. So that kind of tracks with what, you know, he's saying as well. Though I think that the difference there is the highest form of life for Aristotle is not a sensation. That's where the difference is. It's not an emotion, it's an activity. And so that's different than feeling elated, because then the goal of life would be the feeling. And for Aristotle, that's still a kind of fat cow. It might be a pleasant one, you know, you spend your whole life in a, you know, orgasmic state or whatever. And most people are like, that sounds pretty good, but you know, whatever. That's not Aristotle. And for Aristotle, instead, it's going to be certain kinds of activities that are aligned with the purpose of your soul. And again, this is the human soul, not your individual idiosyncratic one. So in that sense, there he has his 11 virtues, and we don't need to go down this rabbit hole, but he does have an entirely separate category that he passes off, and he's like, yeah, there's this too, but we'll talk about this later. And he doesn't. All the virtues that we attach to Aristotle are moral virtues. They're ethics, right? From ethics, from the Greek word meaning behavior, the ethike, and that has the root ethos, which you may have gotten in your communications class or whatever, means character. Right. So ethics, morality, in essence, is about what kinds of behaviors are good for one's character. But then he has this other entire track, intellectual virtue. There are intellectual goods that are attached to human life. And he says to his audience, you know, either at the time or to us, he's like, yeah, we'll get to that later. And then he's like, totally hot potatoes that we never get it. It's like, thanks, Aristotle. It's great. It's very helpful. So when we talk about the good for Aristotle, is the good the moral good, right? Having good character, or is it the intellectual good, being a philosopher? And the answer to that is a profound, resounding, like, it's not clear in the literature. People have been debating this for millennia now, literally, and it's not altogether clear. Most people read Aristotle now and go, it's the moral thing. And so that leads you to a conclusion that's something like Cicero, which is the highest form of life is giving, you know, is living one's life for the state, you know, in the way he did, a kind of hyper patriotism. You need to use your intellectual capacities to the benefit of the people around you, your fellow citizens. I'm not entirely sure that that's what Aristotle gets at. And so I think about it in this way. We use our superheroes here again. If Superman has to choose between saving another one, say Batman, or a regular citizen, he can't save both of them, right? For whatever reason, covered in lead, kryptonite, whatever, pick your thing. He can only pick one. Which one is the moral one to choose? You know, this is a bad version of the trolley car, but I think, but if we're going to apply the Aristotelian one in this, I don't know what the answer to that is. I think the answer is Batman, right? But I don't think that that's how it would read to a contemporary audience. He needs to save the mediocre one because that's what I am, not the excellent one. Right?
That's true.
Yeah.
You know? And
he needs to save the man with white privilege.
hold on, we'll get to that. But no, he has to save the nameless, faceless person in the audience, because that's what a democracy is. It's full of nameless, faceless people. And so our democratic prejudice says to go there. I think Aristotle's would say, no, you have to save the one that's more excellent, who's more aligned with living a higher achieving form of life. It could be Batman, but I'm not entirely sure that the sort of Christian ethic, Christian character that says you have to sacrifice for the benefit of a fellow human because they're human is all that Aristotelian. I think it's pretty Christian, but I don't know that it's Aristotelian. That's not the kind of ethics. He doesn't play the trolley car in his writings. This is a sort of a contemporary, I don't know, reason to get students to think about stuff, I guess. Instead, his notion is far more, there is a particular form of life that is good for us, and we should strive as much as we can to achieve that. Being courageous, having a certain amount of moderation, having a certain level of liberality, which means to give away a certain amount of your money, having a certain amount of magnanimity, greatness of character, of soul. The Greek is megalopsukia, means to have a big mind, big soul. These are the things that we have to be attached to with living a good life. Does Clark Kent meet those things? Probably most of them. Yes, I would think so. All of them? No, I don't know about that. He's too humble for Aristotle. Arrogance is not a vice for Aristotle in the way that it is for Christianity. It actually is bad to come in and be unnecessarily humble, because you basically means you're fishing for flattery, and that shows a vice, a defect in your soul. That's no good. And so that's a very long answer to your question. I'm so sorry for that.
No, I was going to say that's
fascinating.
No, it's great. I think the one piece about that is that it does seem that there is for Aristotle, in terms of decision making sometimes, or maybe even not, even if it's removed from that, is that you are still placing, and that comes from somewhere, some hierarchical value system on which decision you make, right? If it's Batman or the person that, lives, in Kansas, right? Is that where he's from? Where he's, if he's got to save that person, the farmer, or he saves Batman and he saves Batman, well, his choice or his decision making is based on some hierarchical value structure, which you could, argue about if that's right to do or wrong to do. But aspirationally, for what we understand about the good, it would be, maybe you could say, correct, but it's still a hierarchical value choice.
Sure. Yeah. And I don't know that Aristotle would reject that. I think he would actually say the notion that you can abandon hierarchy would be like abandoning language. And that the biggest problem that we run into now is that we have flattened all of our intellectual hierarchies, right? That all information is the same quality, or, that somehow being able to engage in debates about metaphysics is the same about being able to debate about, the best way to make a pizza crust. One is certainly more directly sensationally related and important, and the other one is metaphysics, so that's, but they're not of the same caliber, and we treat them in the same way. I think you would say that's our first categorical error. But I do think that in Aristotle's sense, and this is where he would challenge some of our critically minded friends, would be that intentionality is the core of decision making and is the core of ethics. And he hasn't gone a long thing about this, but basically he says we do this already. It's an example in our law. We don't hold people accountable, even if the harm is the same, for unintentional actions. If you get bumped into and hit someone and that person gets knocked into traffic and dies, we don't charge you with murder. We probably wouldn't even charge you with anything, because there was no intention there. What moral crime did you commit, even though that person is still dead, right. Or harmed or whatever? If that's not the case, and you take intentionality out of it, that person should be charged with it if it's just predicated upon the harm, right. At which point everyone is guilty of everything, so the whole system just collapses.
Right.
So you think the Aristotle piece of it is only 3/4 or half the Aristotelian good? It's not completely there because of some of the other attributes. It's almost like a Superman represents much of that, but not all of it.
Well, the problem with it is, and this is sort of the difficulty going into the ancient world at all, because when it comes to making decisions, a character like Superman is going to always make the best one relative to his moral code. Mm-hmm. The question is whether or not that moral code aligns with Aristotle's concept of the good. Because right. I think his judgment is almost impeccable, or it's treated that way. It's not like Bruce Wayne's, where it's not his judgment, it's his calculations that are often treated as, perfect.
Yeah.
Which even when who's read the comics know that's not true. There are people that are smarter than Bruce Wayne. Right? Mr. Terrific being one. Why he doesn't have his own movie, I don't know about this, but
probably the terrible name.
Yeah, that's probably right. But the so there's the calculating part, and then there's this other practical decision making. Well, that reflects two facets of reason in Aristotle. Reason isn't one thing; there are different facets. Which is why your question is a very good one, but it takes so long to answer it.
No, that's fine.
Because if we're going to say, there's a structure and a hierarchy and all this, of course, but no one can act without those things. So the question is, does your system and structure align with what a good human life would be, or does it just align with something like Nietzsche's notion of a will to power? It's just because I want the thing, which I think is a poor reading of Nietzsche anyway, but it's the popular way in which he's used. Something like that. Or is it informed by a theological reason, which Aristotle is not? This is where I think our secular friends like going to Aristotle, because he doesn't have all this theological baggage, not unless you put it on him. And because Aristotle's God is like not a God, not one that's intelligible to anybody, any sort of practicing Abrahamic religion or any religion I've come across on the planet. At best he's a deist. He set the universe into motion. He doesn't, if even in Aristotle's case, if there's a God, he didn't create the universe, it's always existed. If anything, he may have influenced the laws of nature, and all he does is sit around and think about thinking. He's the embodiment of metacognition. How do you pray to that thing? Doesn't really work so well. So
philosophers have gods. Their gods are philosophers.
Right. Or that philosophy is the good, and and that's the thing to which so in that sense, if philosophy is the good, Superman is terrible because he's not a philosopher at all. He doesn't engage in these things. But so it may be that the better question would be, is Superman a good character, a model for ethical behavior, which is to say the kind of foundation for citizens, or is he the appropriate kind of model for someone who's going to exist as a trans citizen? Not transsexual, but someone who goes beyond political alignment, a cosmopolitan. And his moral code is very much indicated that it's a political one, but he is treated as a cosmopolitan character. And so it may actually be in that bifurcation. We have a big problem with superheroes today as moral structures, at least for Aristotle, because they're asking us to do two different things, unless you think that the cosmopolitan condition is the same as your political one, which I think is really what goes on here. The whole world should be like us. And so here are our new gods, be like us. So I think that's my very long, convoluted answer to your first question.
Angel, do you want to say anything about that, Angel?
I am nowhere near as philosophically literate as either of you, but I mean, I look at it, I can't help but look. First of all, Batman would totally escape whatever the thing is. So there's no choice there. He'd be fine. Superman saves the other guy. Everybody lives. It's just the way it works. Batman is, it's, what is it? Time plus planning. Like that's his power, right? Something like that. He always wins. But no, I think I just look at it from a kind of more pedestrian level of these characters serve as kind of representations and mouthpieces for our ethical dialogues. right? The conversation will never end. We'll never get to the point where we agree and we've figured out, exactly what the morality is, and we've squared every circle. We're never going to get there, right? It's too complicated. And there's the trolley problem is an illustration of that, right? Because either decision is right depending on the circumstance, right? If it's one person versus three people, and you're going to pull the lever and save the one person who goes on to cure cancer and saves billions, right? Who knows, right? You can basically find different nooks and crannies in that overall philosophical problem to get yourself going forever. You can just go forever. I don't see there being an end. But what's great about it is that these characters evolve in ways that Jesus can't really necessarily evolve, right? There's been an evolution of the Christ figure, but it's much more limited, right, than these characters who kind of serve as our modern mythology, and they kind of evolve with us and grow with us, and they're always just kind of one moral step ahead. Superman is always just a little bit ahead of us in what we can aspire to be, right, and who we can aspire to be and what we can aspire to do. And it just becomes I'm thinking of it as a storyteller. It's a beautiful way to tell stories about our moral problems and the difficulties of trying to do the right thing in a world that is complicated and insane and difficult to understand. Switching superheroes. The film The Dark Knight is so much about that. Here's this Joker is this agent of chaos. Batman is this agent of order. He's trying to instill and maintain order in a chaotic world. And the Joker's this manifestation of that. And you get to the point in the film where, spoiler alert, you get to the point in the film where Batman has to make these difficult moral decisions. Like, how far do I want to take this crusade of mine where I'm trying to save people? Am I willing to sacrifice people's right to privacy? Am I willing to sacrifice that? Am I willing to sacrifice my own life and my own happiness, in order to achieve this goal of saving all these people? Do they deserve it? Do I care? Can someone else do it? That's all the things that are kind of at play in that movie. And I think, one of the reasons that movie and things like it resonate so much is because it plays with these things, and it's a kind of fun and heightened way of asking these questions and picking at these moral ideas and kind of getting people percolating in ways that they normally wouldn't, because not everyone's going to have this Aristotelian conversation, right? Not everyone can have it, and not everyone wants to, right? And that's cool. But they can go to the movies, or they can pick up a comic book, and they can kind of struggle with it internally via these characters. And I think that's what's so great about it and so fun.
The one thing I'll say about that, which I agree with you, is that, you're seeing Superman as still aspirational, which I totally agree with, which is like, again, we're kind of mapping on partially of what Aristotle means by the good, is this sort of aspirational, the standard of good, not individual goods, like Steve was saying. But I think maybe if we can stay with Superman, but we can broaden it out a little bit with just superheroes in general, is they are symbols, and I think they are external manifestations of what people think about. So you're right. The common man that's not reading, theology or philosophy or, whatever, textual criticism stuff, they are going to be able to pick it up and really like it and enjoy it. And not because, so this again, we're going full circle here on this, is it's not about, for most people, like maybe it's just me. I mean, I don't hang out with a lot of kids, obviously. When my daughter was younger, I did, she would have play dates and stuff, but I never heard kids say, well, this superhero needs to look like me or I'm not going to watch it. They don't care. Right. Kids don't care about that.
Yeah.
They don't care. They might recognize things, but they don't care about that. At least I've never heard kids say that. Like, I'm not watching that because he's not brown like me, or he's not black like me, or it's not a woman. Or when it happens, I think it's fine too, right? But kids like things just like any humans, excuse me, any adults, they will like it if they resonate somehow with the story and the character. And those things transcend all of our things we check on a box, right? You know, and so when you widen it out to superheroes, I do think I've thought about this. I think we talked about it, Steve. Why, you know, I mean, there's nerds that like read comics since the 50s and like this is their moment where they just get like all of it. They're getting the $200 million big budget movie and like all this stuff. And I mean, this is just like the golden age for nerds that read comic books. Like this is great, right? This is what you always wanted. And that's great. That's super awesome. But this stuff has translates for everyone, right? And the thing about I'll jump into Marvel here, but I'm just hang with me, just give me some runway. I'll explain what I'm trying to say. Is you know, Marvel is an incredible achievement in my view of what they've done. The films and the shows now. I find it very standard. And it kind of has to be, right? You can't do all of that stuff in that world and it not be formulaic, right? I find them too formulaic. It's very predictable. And I think they write shit villains. I don't think their villains are ever good, right? They're never that good to me. But there is something extremely impressive to have you need a very proactive vision to write in the sequence of things, how all of this stuff connects, how it connects to the bigger world, how it connects within their own world, how it connects between movies, how it connects within shows so fluidly. So, I mean, you need insane vision for that, which is something DC could never do, or they haven't done yet. And, but I always wonder this question, and I ask people this. I mean, I know people that don't read comics, had never read the comics, you know, just lose their mind with this stuff. They love these films. And to me, when things make their way into like kind of pop culture, or they become very viral or trendy or very, you know, very popular, there's something there, right? It's fine for one or two movies or a show or something like that. But when it has staying power, I mean, what are we at? We're at 12 years now, 13 years with Marvel.
13,
You know, that's a long ass time. We're 23 movies in now, I think, or 24, whatever we're coming up to. We got a whole new phase 4 and whatever it is. And, you know, the shows are all there and people watch them. I mean, I do as well, right? You know, and there's something to that, right? There's something that really motivates people to still buy the stuff, go see it, watch it, talk about it. I mean, goodness, there's like a million podcasts on, you know, just all the commentary on it. And my thing is, if you look at it in a deeper way, it's tapping into something where you can have the externalization of some of these ideas we're talking about without having to consciously think about it. It's like, yes, I can grab onto that and it makes sense to me. And yeah, it's formulaic and yeah, it's kind of simplified, but like we're talking about some of these bigger themes, right? You know, Batman is the anti-hero, right? He's the hero, but what point do you push him? You know, there's that scene, I'm mixing my worlds now, but there's that scene with the Joker where he says, "You're just like me." And that's absolutely right, because in my view, that's the human condition. We're always walking that ledge of, or that tightrope of, if we tilt on one side, we become who we hate, right? And you can be you can play with this stuff. The interesting thing about all superhero films is that there's always this duality. Who I am when I'm normal, when I'm not wearing a mask and a cape and the whole thing, and then who I am when I am doing that. Right. And you can say certain things about, there's like certain levels with this stuff, right? Where it's like, even within the film, right? We understand superhero films or, you know, science fiction or whatever films that we don't have to think about all the like realities of it. Like, well, that can't happen because this and this. We shut that part of our brain off and be like, yeah, none of it's real. This doesn't exist. And then you can kind of just see the purity of the ideas. And I think if the ideas are driven by good story, which they're all based on comics that have, you know, that were story driven, I believe, from, you know, 50, 60 years ago, you're getting these ideas. What does it mean to be good? What does it mean to be moral? What does it mean to be ethical? How do we understand the evil within us and the evil external to us? There's all of these like big scale, small scale. You can do that with each superhero has these variants for themselves, right? You know, there's Clark Kent and then there's Superman. There's, Bruce Wayne, there's Batman, And so I think people get that. But the question becomes then, right, is, well, what is it about those ideas that people are really considering, right? When it stays with them, right? What are these things that people are wrestling with that they can see it externalize and manifest it in a film? And this is where, kind of to Steve's point, where he was talking about how Aristotle's philosophy rides on the cosmopolitan piece, and then there was the other piece, I forgot what you mentioned, that there's these ideas of how do we wrestle with it, and we can see it play out in these examples with these films, and we can say, oh yeah, like that makes sense. And some people, kind of like what you were saying, Angel, is, well, it provides a standard then, for boys and girls, or for adolescents. It's like, yeah, I want to be that guy, or I want to do that. That seems like, I know it's a movie and stuff, but that seems aspirational. That seems like something I could do. And I think those things have a lot of power behind them in a really healthy way. And again, connecting it, when you want to make a story based off the color of one's skin, that just sounds really empty. There's nothing to that entirely, unless that's your dogma, unless that's your doctrine. That is what we're trying to say. But I think my belief on that is that people see right through that, and it seems a little hollow. And it's like, yeah, that's cool, representation, and that's important. And I don't think anyone's against that per se, but trying to do it this way, if there's no good story behind it, and maybe there will be, but it will fall kind of short. So I said a bunch. Steve, what are your thoughts? I'll let you jump in here.
Well, so I want to respond to something that what Angel was talking about when he brought up the Dark Knight, because I think it'll tie all this together. And then maybe one of the last things I want to bring up on this specific topic. You talked the Dark Knight has that interesting phenomenon where there are two trolley cars in that movie. Right? Batman has to decide, do I save Rachel or do I save Harvey? And the answer to the trolley car question always is, are you related to one of these people? Because it doesn't matter if it's the 1 or the 500. If you are related to one of the people in the 500, you're going to kill that one person because you're going to save the person that you know. And because at its core, human beings are not rational. We are emotional. We have reason. We can use it. But we are always going to be driven by the things that we have affection for beyond everything. This drives people like Peter Singer absolutely nuts. We should be giving away all of our money and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, we know no one actually believes that because no one lives that way. But then we have the same one with the prisoners and then the regular citizens at the end, the big boat sequence, right? Where Joker is betting that they're going to kill each other. And, the movie is a really big condemnation of democracy, I think, at its core, because superheroes in general are. They say that the society is not strong enough to handle the threats to the city. They can't handle the things that are coming to politics, which is why superheroes at their core are all conservative. They want to preserve the status quo. They're not like, this is why I think Ta-Nehisi Coates is going to have the most difficult time ever. You can't turn these people into activists because that's not in their nature. Almost all of the people that want to do radical transformation and undermine and destroy the status quo, they're always the villains, And because that's just not how these things are set up. You can want to improve the status quo, but never overthrow it. But in that sequence there at the end on the boats, the common people decide to blow up the prisoners, but they don't have the follow through to push the button, right? It's the cowardice of democracy that prevents them from going in and doing this. Like, that's a really damning thing to say in a movie. And people like just glaze over that. It's like, no, guys, this is profound. Christopher Nolan is like punching us right in the throat here. He's like, we may have to have someone who stands outside of us that is better than us, because we would blow up the prisoners, but we're too cowardly to go in and do it. It's like, this is there's a lot of weight here politically, I think. And it's interesting the way that we all interact with this film very differently. It's sort of the humanitarian psychological form, the sort of the storytelling from, and then in the sort of the political one. That's what good art's supposed to be able to do.
And you see that more in The Dark Knight Rises. It's a little bit more obvious in the third one about kind of like Occupy Wall Street and all that stuff. And there's it's a little bit more obvious.
That's actually what's really interesting about what you're saying, Stephen, is because, you know, we have the trolley problem with Batman, right? Where, you know, the Joker knows he's going to pick Rachel. He knows it. And he switches the addresses. So even though he picks Rachel selfishly, he loses. And if it's almost as if, you know, if he would have put his own personal desires aside and done the right thing, quote unquote, he would have saved the thing that he cared about the most. So that's fascinating, right? And then the thing, you know, what's interesting, because it seems like the theme of the movie is that the Joker was wrong about the two boats, right? Yeah, the people voted to push the button, but then couldn't bring themselves to do it. And you can interpret that as they're too cowardly to do it. But I interpret it as, you know, the intellectual argument of, hey, look, they're criminals. They've had their chance. You know, we're more important than them, blah, 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 blah. But when it comes time for you to actually, you know, pick up the axe and actually be executioner, you recognize the gravity of the situation and you think to yourself, no, this is inhuman. I can't do this, you know? And I think, you know, what Batman says is, you know, the people just showed you, to the Joker, he says, you know, that they're ready to believe in good. They didn't blow each other up. Right. And it's interestingly enough, like the boat with the criminals on it, everyone's just kind of losing their minds. And there's that one kind of the emblematic convict there. He just kind of takes the detonator and throws it out the window and says, no, I'm not doing this. Right.
And doesn't allow the other ones to do it either. Like that's the important piece. He takes the choice away.
That's true too.
Right. That's
true too. Yeah. So there's a lot of nuance. It's really interesting. But what I think is fascinating, though, is that the larger context of where they're operating, and, you know, what Batman is doing is trying to fix something that is corrupted. It's not like the status quo is what it is and he's trying to maintain it. He's actually trying to pull Gotham back from corruption, from this, you know, the brink of this, you know, annihilation that it's gotten to. It's rotted so much. And then we have this conversation at the end there where he makes the wrong decision, I think. He chooses to preserve the idea of Harvey Dent, this fiction, because fundamentally there's a distrust of the people. And, you know, he thinks, well, we have to lie to them. They have to believe in Harvey Dent or else we've lost Gotham completely. And what's fascinating to me, though, is that the next film, The Dark Knight Rises, starts to kind of tackle these things. It's much clunkier. It doesn't do it as well. But it starts to tackle these things about how that was the wrong choice. You should have believed in the people. You should have, you should have told the truth. We should have known about Harvey Dent and we should have dealt with that. And because we didn't, now we have this festering thing that is, you know, the chickens are coming home to roost for us now. You know, because of the lie, something really corrosive was under the mat and we didn't notice it until it was too late. And it's this whole spiel. And then, you know, The Dark Knight Rises is about the truth coming out and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't work as well. It's not done as well. But it's interesting that that's kind of the, you know, The Dark Knight is the middle of a 3-part story, right? So leaving it on that cliffhanger and messing with all those different dichotomies is interesting, but having to wrap it up is harder.
Well, but I think that the trilogy there, it actually works quite well, since each of the villains are the inverse of Batman, but for different reasons, right?
Right.
You have, you know, Ra's is supposed to be, I don't know, Batman as cleansing, right? He's going to be the purification. Then you have Joker as Batman as order versus chaos, which we talked about. But then you have Bane, which is in essence, if Batman did overthrow the order, he saw that it was corrupt and at its core needed to be overthrown. Bane and Ra's al Ghul basically driven by similar notions. One wants to give the power to the people so they can destroy the city, and the other one wants to burn the city down so they can destroy the city. Like that's the end goal for both of these villains. But they're both inherently, like in that sense, deeply political. Each one are showing the sort of the limits of what a hero can be, but also really what the limits of what political life can be. Even those who can engage in it to save it, a dictator like that. I think that's why the second movie resonates so much, because it's overt in that way. I think the third one does show why a superhero can't just turn everything over to the whims of the people, because they'll eat each other. And we know this, especially when you, and I think the Scarecrow is a really good example in that movie. Batman would have the power, if he wished, Superman would be even more on this, to set up his own court system and decide that he is the law. And Scarecrow does this as a mock system and sets up this entire thing. That's revolutionary. It overturns the status quo, but it's worse. And I think that's a lot of what these things are, and why people, especially people who tend to be activists and revolutionaries, don't like this stuff. This is kid stuff, right? This is silly and lowbrow and all the rest of this kind of crap, because it ultimately points to the limits of revolutionary fervor. Every one of them is pointing to, you won't get your utopia. It's not there for you to go get. And nothing pisses off revolutionaries more than telling them that.
Right.
And because of human nature. I mean, that's why. I mean, I don't think you can escape.
We need to aspire. Yeah,
we can't escape that as much as we want to sometimes.
But there's the other thing about it. The other part of human nature is this need to dominate. And I think we like to glaze over that a little bit because we're nice people here. But there is this part of that. And I think this is where the last place that I wanted to push this a little bit, because Xavier, you talked about Star Wars and how much I think they're all doing the same thing. I think in a certain sense, what genre has done is given us the means to circumvent the postmodern critique of storytelling, because it's all the same story with different faces. Right. That's Joseph Campbell's point. And so Star Wars, I think, is the cultural touchstone of sort of American culture for the last half century. I think even more than superheroes. Superheroes may supersede it, but it's going to be hard, because people still use it as a reference. Oh, this villain's not as good as Darth Vader. Well, there's only like 6 of them in existence that are. So it's going to be pretty tough. But Star Wars, in a certain sense, gives you the opportunity to engage in what would be the ideal cosmopolitan system. Like, especially people don't like the prequels. They dump all over them. But if you get past the clunkiness,
it's a good story. It's a good story.
But it's also so inherently about what would an ideal liberal society look like. It would look like the Galactic Senate. That's right. Right. And this is where like people, Star Trek or Star Wars, guys, is stupid, right? They're doing the same kind of thing. One just thinks that science will solve everything, and the other one's like, no, the dark side, and it's just going to be how it is. And I think in that sense, Star Wars is actually, even though it's all fantasy and silly, is probably more true to human beings. We'd have to stop being human for Star Trek to be true. But Star Wars, what it gives us the opportunity to do is sort of play in that and all these kinds of things and play with these mythical themes. That's why Campbell likes this and all the rest of it. But I think one of the things that it really does is it highlights the current phenomenon that you guys must have been talking about before I joined you, this need to particularize all the universals. Because I think that's what's going on with all the woke stuff. At its core, everything has to be like me because I'm particular and I'm perfect and all the rest of this kind of crap. But ultimately, I need to take all of these universal symbols and put me into them. Not put the symbols into me, but put me into them. And not just into them, I need to be onto them. I need to dominate them, right? And that I think it's this reassertion of particularism in a time where our societies are becoming so homogenized because of the cosmopolitan nature of them that this has to reassert itself. this need to have individual control and dominant. I bet I don't like to make predictions, but my guess is we're going to see the inverse of this woke stuff on the political right, but not in America, in Europe. And it's going to sweep it over the next 20 years. Because there has to be a sense that I own it. I control it. It's mine. And we just sort of like to abandon that a bit when we talk about human nature. This is where I think, again, the Greeks can be really helpful because they understood this in a very visceral way. People that deal with death a lot more than we do tend to understand this because you have to have some sense of control in a world that doesn't give you any.
That's right.
And these myths give us an ability to have these conversations about what a liberal life looks like. Xavier, I'll push back on one thing. I think Thanos is a good villain in Marvel. And I think only because I think he serves as a really good avatar for utilitarian thinking.
I could see that. Yeah.
And I think ultimately people would be very uncomfortable. I think we would side with him. I don't think.
I definitely agree with you there for sure.
And I also think, I think Angel and I talked about this a bit too. If the Superman dynamics were real, I think we would side with Lex Luthor, not with Superman. And because this idea that we can't be in control of the things that are happening to us, like this is what's playing out in a lot of European politics and increasingly in American politics. I think this identitarian stuff is just a manifestation of that. So this is where I don't like calling it a religion, because I think it's doing the opposite of what religion does. Or it may be a better way of saying it. It may be like a pre-Christian religion, a pagan religion, where it's trying to infuse religious fervor with political sentiment. And what ends up happening there is illiberal and can be ruinous. It doesn't have to be. In this case, I think it will be. But I think it's that need to sort of overturn the universalism that drives so much of these cultural things. I need to reparticularize it. So it can't just be that Superman is an ideal. No, Superman is me, right? And it has to be me. Like I have to be able to see.
And it has to look like me.
Right. He has to be a disabled, trans, black, lesbian, whatever. Right. And like, that is not anything to do with universalizing this thing. It's actually reparticularizing it. I think that's what's going on. I could be wrong, but I think
I like that. Angel, you have any thoughts on that?
No, I'm largely in agreement with that, I think. And yeah, I think one of the things that really bugs me is just, I've said it a few times in other places, but Superman already belongs to everyone.
Yeah.
So, I want to keep it that way. And it's kind of like what Stephen's saying about particularizing. Like once you start trying to do that and the reasons why you're trying to do that, it actually stops being for everybody. He stops being for everyone. He belongs to me. Just as much as he belongs to anybody else, and just as much as he belongs to somebody who looks like him, right? Because that's not the metric. What's going on underneath is what actually matters, and that's why he belongs to me. The thing that resonates is why he belongs to me. And when you start, tipping the scales towards the superficial likeness, and that's the most important part of it, now you're taking him away from me. Even if you make him look exactly like me, right? Yeah. So like literally, we're going to use Angel as the model, and we're going to make Superman look exactly like Angel now. He doesn't belong to me as much anymore because of what you've done and why you've done it. And I think that's the reason why it bugs me so much. It's because you're trying to take him away from me.
Yeah. No, that's not. I totally agree with that. Steve, any final thoughts that you have on any of the stuff we've been chatting about here?
Yeah, I'll throw my last live grenade and I'll let you guys play with it.
Okay, go ahead.
About all of this, the notion of the need for all of these myths basically is a substitute for Christianity, which is, I think, been the theme we've been talking about and going around it for a while. I think it still leaves us with the same problem that Nietzsche asks us to deal with, or he forces us to deal with when we read him, is why is this moral system the one that should be chosen? Why are these the heroes that we should be picking? And you get basically, I don't know, 3 answers. There might be a 4th one, but I think there are basically 3 answers. Blind tradition. We've always done it this way. That's how it should be. Right? That this is the one that is somehow the most egalitarian or the most humanitarian or whatever, and that's really, so it's just Christianity under a different name. Or the 3rd one, it's because the people in power, it benefits them the most. And I think that kind of are the 3 arguments that we get today. You get sort of the postmodernists, it's about power. You get the social democrats or whatever they are, the egalitarians. And then you get the traditionalists who are like, no, don't, we can't change a letter in any textbook that's ever been written ever. But then, what you're still left with is still that underlying problem. The more difficult one that none of them really want to deal with. Why do we have them? Because we've inherited them. And so the real question is now, what about them is worth preserving? Right. And that's ultimately sort of always, that's the driving fundamental political question, especially living in a free society. What in this is worthy of preservation? And I think this is where, when I call superheroes conservative, that's what I mean. Like conservative in the way that Lincoln was, not in the way that, one of these carnival barkers are today. Right?
Please do not compare Superman to Mitch McConnell or something.
No, right, no, in the sense that they ask us with something. Human life is always going to be defined by a lack of something. There's always an absence. There's scarcity, or there's going to be a lack of virtue, or there's something. The question is, when those absences rise to the level of like corruption, intentional rejection, these kinds of injustice, these sorts of questions. Why is it that this system, or the system that's built into these superhero myths, be they in Superman, be they in Star Wars, be they in any of them, the genreification of these stories, why is it that the Christian moral system is the one we keep choosing? Because that's the one we keep choosing. Even if we put little tweaks on it, like you change 2% or 5% or whatever, it's still ultimately the core of what it is. And so we're still trapped with that problem. And I think that's why ultimately Nietzsche's the best one to turn to on this. I mean, I know Heidegger has his beefs with Nietzsche and tries to answer these problems, but in a very difficult way, we'll say that difficult way.
Heidegger had his system, and so he just saw Nietzsche through his system, which there is a breakdown, especially when they look at Heraclitus. That's very different. But I do think Heidegger gets Nietzsche right on a lot of points, some of the will to power, but he filters it through his Dasein piece. But Heidegger on Aristotle is also super interesting.
And so that's, I guess, where I would like to leave this in these questions of moral systems and ethics and mythical structures or whatever. We seem to have a base understanding of what the moral system is supposed to be. If our only justification for it is because it resonates with me, because I like it, or because I've received it, or because I've been trained in it, it won't endure. So the question has to be not only why is this the one we've chosen, because we can give a historical reason, any of these structural reasons for it. You have to give a reason on why it's worth preserving, so people in the future can be bothered with these same kinds of questions, right? How can we doom the future to have to study doomsday, and, is that something we should be doing? Because that really is also ultimately, I think, is sort of an Aristotelian question. If these things are worth preserving, what in them aligns with that best human life? Again, asking us the question of the good. So why this one? As opposed to the Nietzsche question of, can you transcend good and evil and create new ones? Well, we don't really seem to want to do that very much. And I want to know why. So that would be that's my last contribution to that. At least,
fascinating.
I appreciate you, Steve. I'll let you go. I know you're a busy guy, and so I appreciate your time for coming on here and chatting with us. It was super awesome. So I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
No, thanks for the invite, guys. This is a lot of fun. We should do this again sometime.
Yeah, of course.
For sure. Man. Great talking to you, man.
All right.
Great.
We'll talk soon.
See you later.
All right.
Bye.
All righty. Yeah. That's a fascinating question. I think
it's such a good question, man. I mean, it's, You know, Nietzsche talks about the shadow of God. You know, once God is dead and we've killed him, you know, as he was saying, you know, we've taken out Christianity, we've taken out the morality, you know, then it's like, yeah, but you're still left with the shadow. And I really think that shadow is what is always around us.
Yeah.
Even, you know, hundreds of years later, you know, where in terms of modernity and enlightenment, and now we have, you know, postmodern and all these things, but we're still operating with the shadow of that, right? You see this in some of the Puritan notions Americans have on things, right? You know, or other places around the world. There's this, it's like, yeah, well, that's still taboo, or that's not right, or you can't do that. And it's like, why? And it's like, maybe it's true that you can't do that, or you shouldn't do that, but your reasoning for it is still coming from this quasi Judeo-Christian vestige, and we can't. And so this is always the shadow that looms over us. So,
I mean, I don't really have a big problem with that. If that's the case, fine, as long as the thing works, as long as the thing benefits us, that's the whole point, right? Like, what's the point of morality?
Sort of.
What's the point of it? Why are we even arguing about this in the first place? It's because we're trying to figure out the best way to live. And what does the best way to live mean? It means we flourish.
I think
that's really what it means.
No, I totally agree. I think the problem is I don't have an answer to this, but how much can you extract that from the bullshit? And there's a lot of the bullshit.
Completely, I think. Yeah, I think we could completely extract it.
I think you can on some things. I don't know if you can on a lot of things. And so it's a hard question for me of, you can't take away some of the doctrinal things of Christianity, even though people try to. And I think that's a case by case kind of thing. I'm not making a joke.
Maybe, yeah.
But it's hard. It can be hard in some scenarios for some people.
Because I mean, I don't subscribe to any kind of metaphysical, supernatural belief, and I don't couch any of my behavior in that sort of thing. You know, I subscribe to the Sam Harris moral landscape sort of, you know, if good and bad mean anything, it is with respect to, you know, the experience of conscious creatures. You know, that's what good means. And that's what I was trying to say before. It's like, well, what is morality for? Why do we even care? It's because we're trying to figure out, all right, this strategy gets us to flourishing better than this strategy, right? And, you know, some strategies are kind of neck and neck, and we're not sure, and we're kind of bouncing back and forth, and we're, you know, we don't know, and maybe we'll never know. But I feel like it's easy for me anyway. Like, I kind of intuited that moral landscape sort of thing before I saw Sam Harris talk about it. And then it just kind of clicked, and I go, oh, perfect. He figured out a way to say what I've been thinking. That was my introduction to Sam Harris, actually, was that TED Talk where he discusses the moral landscape. But it seems plainly obvious to me that, you know, there is a sense in which you can get to an ought from an is, because the is only matters to anyone because we already have these kind of pre-programmed oughts. You know, we already have this desire to not suffer, to not die, right? Like, all our behavior is just, we feel hunger, we're just going to be compelled to eat something, right? There's only so long that we can resist that urge.
Yes, instinct, yeah.
And if we resist it, you know, successfully, then we die. And we know that, you know? It's like flowers lean toward the sun. Like, it's just, there's a programming that is the rock bottom of everything. You know, you could talk about why the programming and then infinite regress there, but we recognize there is a programming, right? So all the knowledge that we have, all the knowledge that we gather, and all the knowledge that we're interested in discovering is all motivated by this desire of, I want to suffer less, I want to flourish. You know, we don't think of it this way, we just automatically do it, but that's what's going on. And so that's why ethical questions matter to us, because we're trying to figure out, all right, what's the strategy that's going to give us the best outcome? And by outcome, we mean I will, you know, suffer less or flourish more, however you want to, however you want to focus there. But that's what's going on. And so I think that's how I view everything. And so, you know, any system that is inhibiting progress in that way of like, no, we figured out the answer and you can't change it. You know what Stephen was saying, that first answer of it's inherited and it's just the way we've always done it. It's the way we got to keep doing it. That doesn't work because we keep learning stuff and figuring out, oh, we fucked up before. We totally missed something, you know? So we need to, so for me, the right system is the system that allows us to change and evolve and grow. And that is by necessity, it has to be an egalitarian thing because somebody else might have the good idea. It might not always be you. So, you know, it's in a weird way, these questions are not difficult for me because I recognize like, all right, well, the most open and adaptive strategy is probably the best one because things are constantly moving and changing and we're constantly learning. And we need to be able to incorporate what we learn as we move forward. And forward means toward flourishing. That's what it has to mean. There's just no other, I can't conceive of another framework, you know, like we're hardwired. There's just no way around it. And so, you know, it's kind of like we keep getting to that Judeo-Christian framework, but we've, you know, modified it and, you know, whatever, we've tweaked the dials. Because there's something in there fundamentally that works really well when we apply it adaptively. And I'm totally cool with that. I don't care if we give Christianity credit. You know, I'm not
I don't entirely care either. Only thing I would say the difference is that Christianity proposes with its morals and its ethics a universality and an absoluteness to it. Whereas what you're describing is a more, it's not quite relative, but it trends more that way, which I agree with. Right. Each person on their own has to come to their own moral compass. And that's the difference with religion or with Christianity specifically is it's just handing you that. And I think that's
for sure.
Lazy.
That's the part we have to get rid of.
That's the part. Right. So I'm fine with some of the tenets, right? You want to talk about turn the other cheek, love your neighbor. Like that's nothing inherently wrong with that. But I think it's
Starmanning.
Yeah, right. It's how you scale it and then say like all of this and then there's all these certain rules and then like that's where it starts to get really, you know, messy.
And it's also that we're engaged in an experiment, whether we like it or not. Yeah. And what we're doing with our ethical conversations and our moral kind of switching back and forth and trying to figure out better systems, we're trying to conduct an experiment to see what gives us the outcome we want. That's all we're ever doing. So anything that tries to stop the experiment from continuing, that's bad. And we know it. So there are concrete answers. That's what I mean by the, you know, is ought thing. There are concrete answers because we know what the question is. Right. Maybe we don't say it as much, but we just intuitively know because we can't help it. There's only one question. How do I make my life as good as possible? Right? That's all that is. And we know what good means in that context. Yeah.
Well, I'll say this, Angel, this was a lot of fun. I
man, this was awesome. It's like a party.
Yeah, man. It was super awesome, man. It was nice flow, nice rhythm. I you know, get the cameo guests in here, which was super fun. That was cool. I like that. I'll be curious to see how listeners feel about it too.
We covered a lot of ground. You might have to two-parter this.
Yeah, maybe. I was gonna say we covered your Starmanning concept, which was great. I really liked that part of the conversation. We kind of saw it throughout, and I've always liked that also because you know it's got one of my favorite artists. You know, David Bowie was a legend.
Yeah, man.
I like that aspect. You know, we did the CRT stuff, some of the culture war stuff, which I thought was really helpful and good. I mean, there's, you know, we didn't get super into the weeds about like, you know, we didn't pull out Delgado and start quoting, you know.
Let's please not do that.
right. And we didn't get into, you know, some of the Kendi stuff, anti-racism, but you know, I've had those conversations. Everyone's had those conversations, but I liked how that part of the conversation where it was just different voices, you know, you know, Will is, you know, really center right and Chris is, I think, probably center left, like myself. And I think you're at least center left, or, you know, I know you don't fall in a camp, but
you know, I wouldn't even know where to put myself if I tried.
So I thought that was really cool, the different voices. And then, this last bit was really nice. I remember when I talked with Steve on the podcast, I had told him, I said, look, at some point in the future, I'll get you on here and we can talk superheroes, because we didn't even touch that. I think we talked like maybe 15, 20 minutes of it, and not in a fandom way of like, did you see this episode last week? But more like how we were talking about it.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's super cool because you can see those manifestations. So that was really nice. So I don't know, what did you like about all of this, or any takeaways,
awesome.
Final things you want to say about all the topics we covered?
I mean, I think the beauty of it, I know, many of us and all the people that chimed in today, I think largely agree on the broad strokes of things. And so there wasn't a lot of contention, but to me, it shows the value of conversation, the value of dialogue. We need to communicate, and look what happens when we try our best. We get to interesting places and we find interesting things. We largely agreed on things. So, maybe we can find people to push back a little bit more vigorously, but
I agree with that too. And that might be a different setup, but it's like, for me, I think you're the same way, is I'm always like learning from people. So like, I always learn when I hear from Will, I always learn.
Yeah, exactly.
I learn when I'm talking with Chris. He's got so much to offer. Anytime I read your stuff and we talk, I'm learning from you. Anytime I listen to Steve, I'm learning stuff. And it's like that aspect of it. I typically, for various reasons, I don't like, debates and arguments and stuff, but I agree. I think in a different form, I would like to find, at a different juncture, folks that I know will disagree with me. Say like, but
it's
find this,
we don't align perfectly. And it was interesting to explore these little nuances and these little differences and try to see what's going on and just get different perspectives on things. I mean, it's wonderful. It was very pleasant. It felt like a party, man. It felt like I was just hanging out at a cool dinner party with really smart and interesting people, and we ended up talking about all the cool shit that I love. So
that's great.
It was great.
What
man.
What are you working on now? And if you want to share, and where can people find you and find all your stuff?
Well, angeleduardo.com is the best place to find my work. I keep it pretty updated, from podcasts to writing to anything else I'm doing. I'm on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter there. And what I'm working on, I have a column for CFI, the Center for Inquiry, where a lot of these pieces come from. And I turned in yesterday a piece about America and the American dream. And it should be out July 1st. So, depending on when this comes out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the plan. So depending on when this recording comes out, it might be available to you. So go check that out at Center for Inquiry or on my website. And it's called The American Dream is Real and I'm Living Proof. So should be interesting. I hope people enjoy it. And I'm working on a bunch of stuff, but that's the next thing up.
No, that's great, man. And like I said, at some point in the conversation, hopefully we can do something like this in person soon, and
man,
it'll be a lot of fun. So I can't thank you enough, Angel. This was super rewarding for me, and sounds like it was for you. And so always down, and looking forward to the next time we do this, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. Take care.
All right.